506. Do you only felt his scalp go numb? He forced himself to summon up the little bit of Jung-Hoo pride he had left. His courage was like the strength of a person climbing a mountain. When he reached the peak, he said timidly, "Senior, if you do this, I'm a little scared of you." Chen Pinggan held the jade bamboo fan that Kui Dongshan had given him. He twirled the bamboo fan with 2 fingers. The bamboo fan opened and closed slightly. The crisp sound rang out again and again. He smiled and said, "You have saved my life. What are you afraid of? Shouldn't you be thinking about how to reward me? Why are you still worried that I'll settle accounts with you? Your Jianghu affairs have long been forgotten at the Shaoxi Canal's water fairy temple." Chen Pinggan was wearing the robe of gold wine that he had not worn for many years. The green robe of spring grass had been completely destroyed. No matter how much money you spent, it would not be able to be repaired. He kept it close to him, putting it together with the worn-out straw sandals and the empty wine jug. The previous battle, how dangerous was it? It was very simple. He did not even have the time to change into this robe of gold wine. He could not even do it in an instant. Therefore, he could only rely on his physical body to withstand the cloud sea tribulation. It was probably equivalent to soaking in the small lightning pool of Jixiao Mountain for a few days and nights. Du Yu gritted his teeth and said with a long face, "Senior, you didn't come out this time to slaughter an ungrateful city, did you?" Chen Pinggan glanced at Du Yu from the corner of his eyes. "Are you stupid, or am I crazy? Then what am I supposed to do?" Du Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. "That's good. Senior, don't be angry with those ignorant people. It's not worth it." He was really afraid that another wave would rise before the first wave had subsided. When the time came, he would not be the only one to suffer and die. He would definitely implicate his parents and the entire Ghost Hatchet Palace. If it was said that Fan Wei Ran, that old woman, was venting her anger on him at the Shaoxi Canal's water fairy temple, it was hard to say now. Perhaps even Huangliang City's Yi Yu had set his eyes on him. There were some things that he didn't think too much about in the past, but now that he was circling the gates of hell and jumping on the road to the Yellow Springs, he thought about it again and again. Especially since he had been staying in the haunted house for the past few days, helping his seniors clean the house and courtyard, carrying buckets and wiping cloths, and doing the chores that he had not done since he was in his mother's womb. It was as if a lifetime had passed. Chen Pinggan fastened the folding fan to his waist. He looked over the wall and said, "Doing good or evil is a family matter. What is there to be disappointed about?" Du Yu nodded vigorously and said, "A gentleman does not expect to be repaid for his kindness. That is the style of a senior." Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "Forget it. Don't say such flattering words in the future. Du Yu, your skills are too low. It's hard for you to talk, and it's tiring for you to listen. I've tolerated you for a long time." Du Yu smiled awkwardly. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and placed it on the bamboo chair. He stepped on the sword immortal on the ground and gently bounced it up into his hand. "You stay here. I'm going out for a while." Du Yu naturally did not dare to question his senior's decision. He asked carefully, "Senior, when will you return to the house?" Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "It shouldn't take much time to go to the county governor's office that is a few steps away, and then to Tsungyun Lake or Black Glaze Mountain." Du Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Pinggan walked out of the haunted house. Du Yu faced the vermilion wine pot, put his palms together, bent over and prayed, "Thank you, Master Wine Pot. Please protect me." When the door of the haunted house opened, the white-robed immortal really appeared. The people of Follower City who were originally clamoring, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, dispersed in a hubbub. Most of the people in the crowd were rich families who thought that they had suffered an unexpected calamity and suffered heavy losses. The servants and retainers who were sent here by their family heads to ask for money, as well as the local ruffians who came from all over Follower City to join in the fun. There were also many chivalrous young men who wanted to see what a sword immortal was. Although everyone said that this foreign sword immortal was very good-tempered and rich, he was seriously injured and had to stay in Follower City to recuperate for a long time. Hiding in the haunted house for such a long time without daring to show his face proved this point. But who knew if he would not let go of someone on the street after leaving the haunted house? In any case, he was a sword immortal. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, so it was better to be careful. It just so happened that a group of strong young men were rushing over with a dung cart, laughing endlessly. Originally, they were feeling complacent about their heroic act, enjoying the thumbs up and cheers of the people nearby. They pushed the dung cart with even more vigor. They were only 20 or 30 steps away from the eerie house that no one dared to live in. In the end, the white-robed immortal with a long sword just happened to open the door and walk out, looking straight at them. The three young men who had been idling around Follower City all year round were instantly dumbfounded, their legs unable to move. Not only that, there was also a person who walked out from the corner of the street and went against the flow. She was dressed in a white dress and was a rather beautiful woman, holding a baby in her arms. In the cold spring, the weather was especially cold. It was unknown whether the baby was sleeping soundly or frostbitten, but she did not cry. Her face was full of grief and her footsteps became faster and faster. She actually passed by the dung cart and the strong young men, falling to her knees on the street with a plop. She raised her head and sobbed to the young man in white, "Immortal Lord, my husband was killed by the collapsed house. How am I, a woman, going to live in the future? Please have mercy on us, Immortal Lord, and save us." The woman cried and wailed as if her heart and lungs were being torn apart, as if she was about to faint from crying. The people hiding in the streets and alleys began to point and whisper to the side, saying that it seemed to be the woman from Yaya Alley, and that she was indeed married last spring. What a pitiful person. Chen Pingan squatted down. In such cold weather, such a young child, as a mother, can you bear to do so? Shouldn't he hand it over to a familiar neighbor and come to me alone to complain about his grievances? Well, that's right. Anyway, you can't live anymore, so why care about this? The woman was stunned for a moment, as if she had never expected the young sword immortal to use such words. She was momentarily stunned. Then, the young man smiled and said, "I see that you are a little unfamiliar with the way you are holding the child. Is this your first child?" The woman suddenly wailed and did not say anything. Chen Pingan covered his sleeves with both hands and said slowly, "In a while, as long as I ignore you and pass by you, are you going to raise the child in your hands high and tell me that if I don't save you, you won't live? Since you can't live, instead of causing this poor child to suffer for the rest of his life, why don't you just fall to your death on the street and let him reincarnate into a good family in his next life? In this life, his parents have let him down and met a cold-hearted immortal. Then, you will bang your head against the wall and beg for a family of 3 to reunite in the underworld. Or are you saying that what I've said is more than what others have taught you?" The woman was only grieving and wailing endlessly, making anyone who heard it cry and saw it feel sad. Chen Pingan glanced at the marketplace man who had exposed the woman's identity and smiled. The latter's expression changed slightly as he quickly left and disappeared into the alley. The person who fled in a hurry, the woman who was sitting on the ground and crying, and the pugilistic assassin who was hiding in the dung bucket, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They should be small schemes that the other party didn't even think could succeed. Was it purely to disgust people? Chen Pingan felt that it was a little interesting. Marquis Yin of Kangyun Lake definitely didn't have the guts for the time being. Fan Wei Iran of the Treasure Cave Wonderland didn't have the guts to do so. Was it Yi Yu of Huangming City that he had never seen before? Or was it the young man named He Lu who had borrowed the hands of an official in Attendant City? In any case, the Qi refinement warrior, the marketplace woman, and the martial artist might not even know who had sent them to die. The reason why they had come here to die naturally had their own reasons and arrangements. What should he do? Because Chen Pingan felt that he was really disgusted. The woman's vision blurred. The young white-robed immortal was nowhere to be seen. The woman gritted her teeth and stood up. As expected, she lifted the infant in swaddling clothes high and was about to throw him to the ground. Before that, she turned her head to look at the street and cried with all her might, "This sword immortal is heartless. He killed my man, but he doesn't feel guilty at all. Now that we're going to die together today, our family of 3 won't let him off even if we become ghost." The woman threw the child fiercely to the street, hoping that he wouldn't fall to his death. That would be big trouble, so she used all her strength. His life's glory and wealth were all in this one move. Anyway, the child wasn't hers. God knew where the strange man had found him. As for the man who had just died, he had disappeared inexplicably. She had really been blind to marry that man. However, he was a scoundrel who couldn't control his crotch and hands. He was addicted to gambling and lust. He had squandered all her family's wealth. After marrying him, she hadn't had a good day. It was better to die early. If she threw the child to his death, she only needed to knock her head against the wall and make her head bleed to scare people. Then, she could pretend to faint. She didn't have to really die. Then, with the big bag of gold and silver she had obtained before and another bag after the matter was done, she could casually find a man to marry in the future and become a rich madam. After throwing the child out, the woman was a little mentally exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. She saw that the white-clothed immortal had squatted in front of her again and was holding the swaddled child in one hand. Chen Pingan stood up and picked up the child. He used his fingers to pick up a corner of the swaddling cotton cloth and gently touched the baby's little hand. Fortunately, the child was only a little frozen. The immortal probably felt that there was no need to do anything to a child who was bound to die. Sure enough, those cultivators only had this little brain. It wasn't easy to be a good person, but was it also difficult to be a bad person who had a rotten stomach? Chen Pingan twitched the corner of his mouth. However, when he looked at the child in his arms, his gaze naturally became gentle. His movements were skillful as he wrapped the swaddling cotton cloth slightly more tightly around the child. He also emitted the heat from his palms in a very measured manner to warm the swaddling cloth and help to resist the bone-chilling spring cold. There was no child in the world who was born to suffer and suffer. Chen Pingan tapped the tip of his foot and his figure flew backward like a white rainbow, returning to the haunted house. Du Yu probably felt uneasy in his heart. He naturally didn't dare to sit on the chair where the sword cultivating gourd was placed. He moved the small stool to the side of the bamboo chair and sat there obediently without moving. Of course, he didn't forget to put on the deity's due armor. Du Yu saw the senior who had left and returned. In his arms, there was an additional child in swaddling clothes. What was the senior doing? Previously, he said that he was walking at night and was lucky enough to pick up his own deity's due armor and refined demon core by the roadside. Du Yu could go against his conscience and say that he believed him. However, when he went out, he picked up a child and brought it back. Du Yu was really dumbfounded. Chen Pingan carefully handed the child to Du Yu. Du Yu felt as if he was struck by lightning and reached out his hand blankly. Chen Pingan frowned and said, "Take off the due armor." Du Yu was shocked. He quickly took off the due armor and put it into his sleeve along with the refined demon core that he had been holding in his palms. He stiffly took the child in swaddling clothes and felt uncomfortable all over. Seeing the senior's disdainful expression, Du Yu wanted to cry but had no tears. "Senior, I'm young and have little experience in Jianghu. I'm really not as knowledgeable and proficient as you." Chen Pingan reminded him, "I'll come back early. The child is young and has caught a cold. You have to pay more attention to the child's breathing. When you emit spiritual energy to nourish the child's body, you have to be careful. If there's a problem, when you leave the haunted house, take the sword cultivating gourd and find an experienced pharmacist." Du Yu was like a chicken pecking rice. Chen Pingan thought for a while and twisted his wrist. The only remaining walnut appeared in his palm. After you throw it out, its power is equivalent to an all-out attack of an earth immortal cultivator. There's no need for any opening incantation. Any chi cultivator can use it. Even if the physique of a person in the lower 5 states is weak, they'll just spit out a few mouthfuls of blood and use up their spiritual energy. There won't be too big of a sequela. What's more, you're at the peak of the cave-dwelling state and a military cultivator. Du Yu was still holding the child. He had to turn his body sideways, bend his back, and reach out slightly to grab the priceless treasure of immortals. Du Yu was relieved. It was rare for the senior to be so long-winded. But for some reason, the senior at this moment felt a little familiar. Chen Pingan took a deep breath. He stopped holding the sword immortal and hung it on his back again. "You're addicted to playing, Aren't you? Do you sighed? The familiar feeling was gone again. He told himself silently, just take it as the senior's good intentions to help Do you sharpen his state of mind. The senior had disappeared. There were no spiritual energy ripples, nor was there a breeze. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Do you hugged the child and shook him gently. He did not dare to move too much, afraid that he would wake the child up. Damn it, I've never been so gentle to those female heroes of the pugilistic world in my life. Do you looked down and sighed. Little child, your fortune is greater than the heavens. In a quiet and narrow alley, there was no one there. The man leaned against the wall and swallowed his saliva. It seemed like they didn't chase after him. In order to earn that small sum of money, it was really troublesome. Although the immortal Master Fuji who had contacted him did not seem to be able to take out the small sum of money, the immortal money could not be faked. If he did not take it, he would die. If he did not take it, what else could he do? He found a city official who accompanied him. With similar methods, he gave him a bag of silver. If he did not take it, he would die. The city official was not stupid. He helped him find the adulterous couple in Yaya Alley. That was how he got what he had today. The mountain cultivator took out the small sum of money and smiled. He muttered to himself, Immortal Master Fuji really doesn't treat money as money. I hope there will be another dozen of such transactions. Someone smiled and said by his ear, You're not bad yourself. You don't treat lives as lives. The man turned his head stiffly and saw the white-robed immortal who was holding a folding fan. He was standing a few steps away but he did not notice him at all. The man said with a trembling voice, Great sword immortal, it's not impressive. I was forced by the situation and had no choice. The immortal Master Fuji of Dreamliang Peak who taught me how to do things also felt that doing such things would dirty his hands. In fact, compared to a wild cultivator like me, he doesn't care about the lives of mortals. The man squeezed out a smile. Great sword immortal, you don't know. That woman in Yaya Alley was born with a heart as venomous as snakes and scorpions. Her man is a wretched and filthy person. For such commoners, it's a pity that their aptitude is lacking and they can only roll in the mud. If not, they would be treated as cultivators and do bad things. That would be the best. The white-robed sword immortal smiled and said, Don't ask your heart, just look at the situation. Otherwise, how many people can survive in the world? What do you think? The man nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Lord Sword Immortal is right. Then, he heard the foreign sword immortal who could survive the heavenly tribulation ask him with a slightly surprised tone, A mere immortal Master Fuji of Dreamliang Peak feels that killing a few commoners has dirtied his hands. Then, as a sword immortal, do you think that killing you would not dirty my hands? If not, why wouldn't I kill the woman on the street who seeks wealth, the ruffians who push dung carts for fun, and the assassin who hides in the dung bucket and eats shit? The man held up the small coin with both hands and bowed deeply. He raised his hand high and said with a flattering smile, Since Lord Sword Immortal feels that you have dirtied your hands, please be merciful and let me off. Don't dirty Sword Immortal's divine weapon. How can an existence like me be worthy of Sword Immortal's sword? There are tens of thousands of immortal Dharma spells. Do I need to use my sword? After hearing this, the man sweated profusely and did not dare to say another word. Now, you feel that I'm an evil person like you, so you're afraid. The banished immortal closed the folding fan in his hand and lightly knocked his head. He said with a lazy attitude, Evil people don't speak in front of you, good people talk behind your backs. You're boring, but you're also exultant. It's strange, but wonderful. It was not that the man did not want to escape, but that his limbs did not listen to him. That person said, Come, I'll let you shout Sword Immortal is killing people. If the whole city hears it, I can spare you. The man shook his head vigorously and said with a sobbing tone, I don't dare. I don't dare to humiliate Lord Sword Immortal. That person said, Oh, then you're in trouble. Without waiting for the wild cultivator to speak, he lightly patted the wild cultivator's head with his folding fan. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he captured the 3 souls and 7 spirits in his hand and used his aura to slowly grind them down. If all good people could only comfort themselves with the thought that evil people would be tortured by evil people, then the world was really not good. As for the small coin, it fell to the side of the corpse and rolled into the crevice. Dressed in white, he slowly walked out of the alley. A moment later, a golden sword light rose from the ground. The white-robed immortal left Escort City on his sword and went straight to Blue Cloud Lake. From the haunted house in the city, a green flying sword followed him. In the imperial tutor's residence in the capital of the country of Mengliang, the two great cultivators sat across from each other across a small green lake. One was an old scholar with white hair and a green robe who did not have any scholarly achievements. The other was a young man. The former had a dying little monkey lying on his knee. The latter had a small green snake that seemed to be sleeping soundly on his waist. There were already horns on his forehead. The green snake's head and tail were connected like a green belt. Behind the old man in a Confucian robe stood a pale-faced fox-like woman. Her appearance was average, but her eyes were charming. At this moment, even though she was standing behind her master and was separated from the young man by a small lake, she was still trembling with fear. After all, the reputation of that young man was too frightening. His name was Xia Zhan, and he was once a wild cultivator who occupied a vast mountain by himself. He had never taken in any direct disciples and only kept some servants with decent aptitude. Later on, he gave up the treasured land with abundant spirit qi and only moved the immortal residents away with a great divine ability. Since then, he had disappeared from the entire southeastern territory of the North Continent, and there was no news of him. It was this great immortal who had made that secret agreement with her master. However, the fox-like woman only knew that her master had paid a huge price to draw a lightning pool that isolated the flow of spirit qi at the border of more than 10 countries. Her master had used a heaven-defying method to consume a large amount of his true essence in order to suppress the elusive merit-strange treasure. In the end, he had obtained it. As for this Xia Zhan, he had formed an alliance with her master. He had given the mountain to 2 large sects nearby. In exchange, he had been able to make the barren land of more than 10 countries, which had always been relatively thin in spirit qi, his own exclusive property. Just like the small lake in front of Xia Zhan. Both parties took what they needed and had long-term plans. However, the fox-like woman had never imagined that her master, who was supposed to be cultivating in seclusion outside the territory of more than 10 countries, would suddenly change and become the imperial tutor, who had been born and raised in the country of Dreamliang. According to the intelligence reports from the Silver Screen Nation, she had naturally heard about the situation in the country of Dreamliang. Her master should have been a young prodigy from a small county in the country of Dreamliang. He had obtained first place in the imperial examinations and became the top scholar, bringing honor to his family. After entering the official career, it was as if the heavens had helped him. Not only was he brimming with talent in poetry and writing, but he was also extremely talented in politics. In the end, he became the youngest prime minister in the history of the country of Dreamliang. At the age of 40, he was already an extremely important official. Then, he suddenly resigned and retired. It was rumored that he had encountered an immortal who imparted him Tao, and he left. After retiring to the mountains and forests, he concentrated on alchemy and cultivation. In just a short 10 years, he had cultivated immortal spells and supernatural powers. At that time, the fox-like woman thought it was a joke and treated it as a trick. The new emperor of the country of Dreamliang, who had just ascended the throne, personally went to the immortal mountain to welcome the former prime minister back to the capital and conferred him the title of imperial tutor. When he was an official, the country was prosperous and the people were at peace. After becoming an immortal, the weather was favorable. Under this person's power, the country of Dreamliang had become a paradise where no one would pick up any leftovers. The imperial court was filled with civil and military officials, and the local officials and people lived in harmony. Under the assistance of this person, the 2 successive emperors worked hard to govern the country, but they never started a war at the borders. In the process of being hunted down by those cultivators in Escort City, the fox-like woman lost 2 of her tails and damaged her Tao foundation. However, after her master appeared, he only brought her and her companion back to the imperial tutor's residence in the country of Dreamliang. Until now, He had yet to reward her. This caused the fox-like woman to feel a little remorseful. After losing her honorable status as the Empress of the Silver Screen Country and returning to her master's side as a servant girl, she was actually not used to it. Xie Zhen smiled and said, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist. You've gotten what you wanted. The day of establishing a sect is just around the corner." The Confucian-robed old man said indifferently, "I will remove the remaining restrictions on the golden lightning pool. The spiritual energy outside will slowly flow in. Within 100 years, it will be a great year for cultivators to emerge. As for He Lu and Yang Qing, they are still young and will benefit from being in a favorable position. Aurus Core is just around the corner. If fellow Daoist sect can produce 7 to 8 Aurus Core Earth Immortals at the same time, it will be a strong foundation for establishing a sect." "Congratulations." Xie Zhen's eyes were filled with sincerity as he said, "Compared to fellow Daoist's methods and schemes, I am ashamed of my inferiority. You actually managed to obtain this merit treasure, and it's even a Xiantian sword pellet. To be honest, at that time, I thought that fellow Daoist had at least a 60% chance of losing everything." Xie Zhen glanced at the little monkey whose abdomen was shining brightly and was filled with admiration. This old fellow who was about to fall into the Aurus Core realm was actually able to conceal his identity. Not only did he escape the murderous intentions of the various forces, he was also extremely daring to hide right under his nose. In the end, he used his merit body to benefit the entire country and rightfully obtained a merit treasure. This kind of scheme was worthy of his identity as a nascent soul cultivator. The old man smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, you are willing to part with a feng shui treasured land in exchange for the territory of more than 10 countries that no one would look at. You are truly generous and courageous. As long as you manage it well, you will definitely be able to recoup your capital in 100 years and make a huge profit in 1,000 years. One sought treasures, while the other sought talents." The two nascent soul cultivators worked together to create such a grand arrangement. In the end, everyone was happy. However, both sides knew that as long as one of them, no matter who it was able to ascend to the upper 5 realms first, the situation after that would be difficult to predict. If they were able to establish their own sect, everyone would feel that their own territory was too small. After the old man had removed the lightning pool, the spirit chi had flowed back into the dozens of countries. How could Xie Zhen just stand by and watch as the vast spirit chi was dissipated and wasted on a bunch of ants that had been fighting for years? As for Fan Weiran and Yi Yu, who had brought along such a large group of trash, they were unable to snatch the treasure from the hands of Hu Mai and the old man. In fact, Xie Zhen was not that annoyed. The spiritual chi was the foundation of his great Tao. As for the rest, there was no need to be greedy. Back then, the nascent Soul Cultivator Alliance was not a joke. Furthermore, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Since the situation was good and stable, you can refine your merit treasure and take the risk to become a sword cultivator. I can swallow my spiritual chi like a whale and have the hope of breaking through the layers of bottlenecks and quickly ascend to the upper 5 realms. It was necessary to be smart, but one could not rely on it for one's entire life. An Earth Immortal should have the vision and state of mind of an Earth Immortal. Xie Zhen seemed to have remembered something. After the heavenly tribulation, I went to follow a city and discovered something unexpected. The Confucian-robed old man smiled. "Fellow Daoist, please speak." Xie Zhen placed his hands on the green belt and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, the sword on the back of the foreign sword cultivator is a half-immortal weapon. I have some skills when it comes to fighting, but unfortunately, I'm mediocre when it comes to refining. Fellow Daoist, since you're proficient in refining, why don't we sign a contract and become allies?" The old man's eyes shone brightly, but it disappeared in an instant. If it was a magical treasure, he would not be interested. Now that he was refining the Xiantian sword pill filled with merit, it would be the foundation for him to ascend to the upper 5 realms in the future. But if it was a half-immortal weapon... However, the old man quickly calmed himself down. Such a rare item, was this Xie Zhen his own father or his own son? Why would he be so kind as to tell him about it? Thus, this old nascent soul who was temporarily the imperial tutor of the Dreamliang country waved his hand and laughed. Fellow Daoist, you can take it. You should have such a fortuitous encounter. As for me, let's forget about it. Before I successfully refine this item, there are many taboos in my actions. I'm sure fellow Daoist is aware of these great troubles. With fellow Daoist's cultivation base, it's definitely not difficult for you to kill an injured young sword cultivator. I wish fellow Daoist success in obtaining a quasi-immortal artifact. Xiezhen smiled and nodded. He did not find it strange that the old man was so cautious. Both of them were nascent soul cultivators. If they had taken the bait so easily, they would not have lived to this day. People like us who kill and rob without blinking an eye will still need to be afraid of ghosts after walking in the dark for so long. These words were engraved in Xiezhen's heart when he was young. Even after countless years, Xiezhen still remembered them clearly. It was the greatest fortune that his master, a cultivator of the 5th level who had died at his hands, had left behind for Xiezhen. At that time, he was only at the 2nd realm. How was he able to kill his master and steal his treasure? It was precisely because the master and disciple had accidentally bumped into an iron plate. Thus, in the long years that followed, whenever Xiezhen found himself satisfied with his success, he would dig out this sentence and silently repeat it a few times. Xiezhen stood up and smiled. Fellow Daoist, there's no need to send me off. The Confucian-robed old man grabbed the little monkey and stood up to send him off. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. I will leave the Dream Liang country soon. Xiezhen's figure turned into a streak of light and flew away. In an instant, he was as small as a mustard seed. He broke through the low-hanging sea of clouds and flew away freely. The imperial tutor of the Dream Liang country shook the little monkey in his hand. He raised his head and laughed. It must have been hard for this Xiezhen to not make a move. In the distance, Hu Mai and the skinny old man stood respectfully with their hands clasped behind their backs. Hu Mai softly said, "Master, are you really not going to leave this half-immortal weapon alone? Although it doesn't mean much to Xiezhen, Master." The Confucian-robed old man used his heaven and earth sleeve to imprison the monkey into a small world. He turned his head and said, "I'm in the Dream Liang country, a small place with limited information. I'm not as well informed as Xiezhen. If you want that half-immortal weapon, can you go and get it for me?" Whom I didn't dare to speak. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Her identity had already been exposed by Huangliang City's Yi Jie. She was no longer a femme fatale of the Silver Screen country. As long as she returned to Escort City and exposed her whereabouts, she would become a target of scorn. The Confucian-robed old man sneered. A sword cultivator who is willing to take on the heavenly tribulation and a young man who dares to reveal a half-immortal weapon. Is he a soft persimmon? If that's the case, why didn't Xiezhen take it for himself? Why did he reveal this secret out of kindness? Moreover, once a half-immortal weapon recognizes a master, especially if the master it serves dies, it will go out of control. You guys are really frogs at the bottom of a well. You don't know the severity of the situation. In the sea of clouds, Xiezhen no longer turned into a streak of light. Instead, he slowly walked with his hands behind his back. Xiezhen had a helpless expression. He muttered to himself, "Since he's from the hemp sect, I shouldn't provoke him, right?" Xiezhen glanced back at the capital of the Dream Liang country. After obtaining that Xiantian sword pill, a half-immortal weapon just so happened to appear. With such a fated fortune, how could you resist it? With such cowardice, how could you become a wild cultivator? After being a mortal teacher of the Dream Liang country for several decades, you've cultivated your heart and character quite well. Xiezhen stretched out a hand and said a few names. They were just enough to count with one hand. Any more and he would delay his own great Tao. Fan Weiran was easy to order around. Yi Jie was smarter. He Lu had good aptitude. Yang Qing wasn't bad either. As for that little girl Kui, she was a little strange. Xiezhen raised another hand and said 5 names. They were all people who weren't too old or had a high cultivation base. Xiezhen strolled leisurely above the sea of clouds. He looked at his 2 palms and gently clenched them. Can the golden cause of 10 other people compare to my unpolished jade realm? Why don't I just kill them all? However, Xie Zhen quickly shook his head. Forget it. There's no hurry. I'll just leave 5 golden core spots open. I'll kill anyone who has a chance of reaching the nascent soul realm. Xie Zhen pressed his hands on his green belt. This fellow is quite formidable. I don't know why, but he insisted on me suppressing the martial fate of the 10 countries in the oath so that no golden body cultivators would appear. So it was to reduce the number of wars in the 10 countries so that he, the imperial tutor of the Dream Liang country, wouldn't commit murder and could peacefully accumulate merit. Xie Zhen stretched his body. He couldn't help but recall the scene of the heavenly tribulation. This wild nascent soul cultivator's mood turned heavy. Could it be one of the 10 people with similar statuses as Liu Jinglong and Yang Ning? But it didn't seem like it. After careful consideration, it was obvious that none of them matched. Xie Zhen stopped and looked around. He smiled and said, I wonder which fellow Daoist it is. Why don't you dare to show yourself? At the end of his vision, at the end of the sea of clouds, someone stood still. However, the sea of clouds beneath his feet suddenly surged up like waves and rushed towards Xie Zhen. Xie Zhen didn't move at all. He lightly patted the green dragon on his waist and smiled in his heart. No need to pay attention to it. Close combat is exactly what I want. The uninvited guest seemed to be travel-worn and tired. The sea of clouds that had risen up was like a wave hitting the shore. He floated to the ground and slowly walked forward. It was as if he was chatting with an old friend who he hadn't seen for a long time. He grumbled, You guys are really troublesome. You made me come back from the sea again. Do you really think I'm a cross-continent ferry? That's not all. I was almost chopped to death by the angry little Quan Er. Fortunately, I have a telepathic connection with that brother of mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed the situation here. But I still came too late, too late. This brother of mine shouldn't take revenge on a woman who is infatuated with him like this. Sigh, forget it. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't be the brother I admire. Moreover, that woman's infatuation was indeed something that no one could enjoy. It was a bit too overbearing. You can't blame my brother. That person continued to grumble endlessly. What's wrong with the feng shui of your North Continent? Can't you just let me go back and eat my fill and wait for death? Back then, I was kind to everyone here. I'm a well-behaved son-in-law of your North Continent. You shouldn't make fun of me like this. He spoke without thinking and spoke nonsense. Xie Zhen was confused, but he didn't really care. A person who had attained the Tao wouldn't reveal anything through his words. Moreover, he was so fluent in the North Continent's language. You're telling me that he's an outsider who traveled across continents? The person in front of him had Zhongsheng's face, and it was absolutely real. It wasn't some kind of trick, unless it was an immortal at the peak of the mountain. If the trick was on him, even if you were in the unpolished Jade realm, it wouldn't work. The sea of clouds beneath that person's feet dispersed. His realm wasn't low, but he liked to show off such petty tricks. Xie Zhen didn't retreat. Instead, he took a few steps forward and asked with a smile, May I know your name? That person hesitated, took 2 steps back, and replied, My nickname is Ju Fei. My real name? I won't say it. I'm afraid that you have a woman in your family or sect. What nonsense was that? Xie Zhen was still calm. May I know why you're blocking my path? The man who called himself Ju Fei was indeed born with good looks. He was handsome and elegant above the sea of clouds. With a long face, he said, Take it that I'm begging you. Can't you stop? Can't you just let me go back to the Aquarius continent? Xie Zhen sighed and said apologetically, Fellow Daoist, if you continue to be so tactful and say such nonsense, I won't keep you company. Ju Fei, who was obviously using an alias, was stunned. I've already said it so bluntly, and you still don't understand. My dear mother, I really don't want to criticize you. If not for your nascent soul realm, do you think you're worthy of playing tricks with my brother? Xie Zhen finally understood what was going on. Was he trying to get back at that young sword immortal? Xie Zhen looked around and clicked his tongue. It's just you, right? Haven't you heard that I, Xie Zhen, can kill a nascent soul realm cultivator within 100 feet? Then, that person put his feet together and jumped within 50 feet, as if he was looking for death. All right, now let me, Jiang Shangzhen, enlighten you. Xie Zhen almost collapsed on the spot. The North Continent had always been arrogant, especially sword cultivators. Other than the central divine continent, they felt that everyone else was trash. Their realms were trash, their dharma treasures were trash, and their family backgrounds were trash. None of them were worth mentioning. However, there were also a few outsiders from other continents that the North Continent could not forget. They would even take the initiative to care about their movements after returning to their own continent. For example, Tongyi Continent's Jiang Shangzhen, who had a great sword immortal in the Central Continent, and the North Continent, who had threatened to kill him personally, inside the Dragon Palace of Kangyun Lake. It was another grand gathering. This time, Marquis of the Lake did not sit on the steps below the dragon throne. Instead, he stood between the two sides and said, "Just now, the flying sword sent a message. That person is flying towards Kangyun Lake." Other than Fan Weiran, who was sneering, Yi Yu, who was as still as a mountain, and the pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl, who were still shocked, the other two sides were shocked and in an uproar. Marquis of the Lake's expression was unfriendly. "Yi Yu, my city lord Yi, who was the one who said that this sword immortal from another continent was severely injured and would be slowly tortured to death by our blunt knives. We have just set up our plan, and he has already killed his way to Kangyun Lake's lair. What should we say next? Should we scatter and be defeated one by one, or should we stay here, rub our knees, and kneel down and kowtow?" He Lu was calm and composed. Holding the bamboo flute in her hand, she stood up. One is set outside the city, and the other is set in Kangyun Lake. In addition, the Dragon Palace itself is protected by the mountain and river array. I think we can open the door and let him enter the array. Our three forces will join forces. With our city lord, Ancestor Fan, plus the two arrays and more than 100 cultivators, it should be equivalent to the strength of an immortal, right? If this person doesn't come, he only dares to hide in the city. We will lose the bait in vain and hurt everyone's harmony. Wouldn't it be better if he comes? Marquis of the Lake said angrily, "Little immortal he, it's easy for you to say. This Kangyun Lake is my family's property that I have accumulated for thousands of years. At most, you will only break some immortal money of a talisman array. When the time comes, we will fight until the sky is dark, corpses will be everywhere, and the Dragon Palace will collapse. In the end, even if we win miserably and kill Yi Lin, if we still split the profits according to the previous agreement, I will lose a Dragon Palace for nothing. Wouldn't I cry to death?" He Lu smiled brightly. "Kangyun Lake has 20%, the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm has 40%, and our Huangliang City has 40%. This is the previous share. Now, our Huangliang City can take out 10% to make up for it. In addition, it's still the same old rules. If anyone fancies a magic treasure and is determined to get it, the three parties will first work together to come up with a fair price that everyone agrees with. It will be converted into snow money or summer money, plus a premium. It will be considered as a thank you to the other two parties for giving up their treasures." Speaking of this, He Lu looked at the opposite side and glanced at the woman who was sleeping. Then, she smiled at the old woman and said, "Ancestor Fan?" The old woman, who seemed to be sleepy, smiled. "Yes, our Treasure Cave Immortal Realm is also willing to take out 10% of the profits to reward the Dragon Palace of Kangyun Lake." Marquis of the Lake looked at Yi Jie, and the latter nodded slightly. Marquis of the Lake was satisfied. He Lu did not say anything else. Everyone in the Dragon Palace of Kangyun Lake looked at this handsome youth with great spirit. Their minds were swayed and they were filled with admiration. If it wasn't for the fact that this child was not the son of Yi Jie of Huangliang City, and that the position of City Lord of Huangliang City had never been passed down to another person, how could Yi Jie's two useless sons compete with He Lu? At the side door of the main hall, there was a dazzling bead curtain hanging. A beautiful woman gently lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at the handsome youth who was talking and laughing with affection. There was actually such an outstanding young man in the world. In the past, those poor scholars and children of nobles who could still be considered passable combined were far inferior to this Huangliang City's He Lu. He was really a handsome man who walked out of those unofficial records and letters of scholars. He was a banished immortal standing in front of her. In the haunted house of Attendant City, Du Yu hugged the child who was still sleeping soundly in swaddling clothes. He was helpless. Then, Du Yu suddenly turned his head and saw a handsome and slender man climb over the wall. After his feet landed on the ground, he made a gesture of circulating qi in his dantian. Du Yu suddenly stood up as if he was facing a great enemy. He glanced at the red wine pot on the chair. There was no flying sword flying out. Du Yu was in despair. He clenched the walnut that the senior gave him before he left. That person raised his hands and smiled. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. My name is Ju Fei. I'm Chen, good person. He's using this name now, right? In short, I'm his sworn brother. We hit it off. I didn't realize that there was such a big commotion here. Although my cultivation isn't high, my brother is in trouble. I can't shirk my duty. I hurried over to see if there's anything I can help with. Fortunately, it's easy to find here. Where's my brother? Who are you? Du Yu did not believe him at all. That person pointed to the wine pot on the chair. There are 2 flying swords inside. One left and one left to protect you. If it didn't recognize me, would it not appear to protect you? Du Yu only believed him a little. That person glanced at Du Yu's hand. That's enough. That walnut is very invincible. It's equivalent to the attack of an earth immortal, right? But it's fine to smash bad people, but don't use it to scare your own brother. My body is thinner than my face. Don't accidentally kill me. What's your name? Look at your dignified appearance. You walk like a dragon or a tiger. You're obviously a top expert. No wonder my brother is at ease with you guarding the house. Hey, what's this? I haven't seen him for a few days and my brother even has a child. How arrogant. Comparisons are odious. Du Yu felt his face was a little stiff. Mother ****, why did this person's nonsensical words sound so charming? He really seemed like a friend of the seniors. That person jogged all the way to Du Yu. Du Yu was in a dilemma. Other than tightly gripping the walnut in his hand, he did not do anything else. That person was tactful. He picked up Du Yu's stool and placed it a little far away, sitting down. Du Yu carefully sat on the bamboo chair and said in a low voice, "My name is Du Yu. I'm a cultivator of the Ghost Hatchet Palace. It was the senior who asked me to look after this child for the time being." That person called Ju Fei immediately gave him a thumbs up. With a face full of admiration, he said, "The Ghost Hatchet Palace is very famous. I've admired you for a long time." Du Yu asked, "You're really the senior's friend?" Ju Fei smiled and said, "It's absolutely true. I guarantee it." How could Du Yu dare to believe him completely? That Ju Fei smiled, "That brother of mine, do you prefer to be reasonable and follow the rules? And these principles and rules, you definitely didn't take them seriously at first. You felt that they were ridiculous, right?" Du Yu was relieved of a heavy burden. His entire body collapsed. Du Yu asked doubtfully, "You've really heard of our Ghost Hatchet Palace?" Ju Fei nodded. "Didn't you just introduce yourself? With an expert like you holding down the fort, isn't it normal for me to feel a little admiration?" Du Yu smiled bitterly. "Since you're the senior's friend, you must be an otherworldly expert. Don't make fun of me, Du Yu. What kind of expert am I?" But that person said, "You're still not an expert. Do you know that your so-called senior, that good brother of mine, almost never trusts any outsiders? Yes, perhaps the word outsider can be removed. Even he doesn't believe it himself. So Du Yu, I'm really curious. What did you do or say to make him see you in a different light?" Du Yu shook his head. "It's just some trivial matters. It's just that the senior is insightful. He probably thought of something good that I didn't even realize." That person was stunned for a long time. After holding it in for a long time, he said, "Mother ****, are you and I mortal enemies in the struggle for the great Tao?" But that person quickly shook his head. "Forget it. I'll treat you as a junior of a kindred spirit for now." Then that person stood up angrily. Unknowingly, he was standing in front of Du Yu. He gently lifted up a corner of the swaddling cloth and counted with his fingers. He nodded and muttered to himself, "It's just a small karma. There's no harm in bringing him away. It can save him some unnecessary trouble. How can a ranger bring an orphan to travel the world? How can he gain the favor of the fairies? Since it's like this, I can only do so much. This child barely has the talent for cultivation. He's not afraid of anything except for money. Little doll, consider yourself lucky in your previous life to have met us two brothers." Unknowingly, Du Yu's hands became light, and the child was taken away by Ju Fei. Du Yu quivered, and subconsciously fought with him. Du Yu's life and wealth, as well as the safety of his parents and sect, were all in this small house. That person laughed. "All right. Go back and tell that brother of mine. Tell him that I, Ju Fei, have brought this child to the Aquarius continent. Let him travel in peace. There won't be any problems." Du Yu's eyes turned red. He wanted to snatch the child away. "Tilda, how can you take him away like that?" "Tilda," that person extended out a finger and stopped Du Yu in place. He blinked his eyes. "I've heard of the Ghost Hatchet Palace." "Then have you heard of Jiang Shangzhen? Sheng as in ginger, Chong as in revered, fake as in real." Du Yu almost fell for it. He was both shocked and angry. After realizing it, he roared, "I am your master Jiang Shangzhen. Return the child to me." That person stretched out his hand and gently covered the swaddling cloth so as not to wake it up. Then, he stuck out a thumb and said, "You're a good man. You're even better than the Xia Zhen who could fight and run, and barely had half of my elegance back then. My brother really had good taste when he asked you to guard the door." Du Yu had never heard of Jiang Shangzhen before. But Jiang Shangzhen's next move broadened his horizons. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a golden military armor pill and gently tossed it to Du Yu. It landed right on top of Du Yu's head. "Since you are an absolute expert of the military faction, then I will gift you a golden crow armor befitting of an expert." Then, in front of Du Yu's dumbstruck expression, the person looked at him with pity. "Your Ghost Hatchet Palace definitely does not have any good-looking fairies, am I right?" Du Yu's mind was blank. That person had disappeared into thin air. Without a sound. With a flick of a finger, Du Yu's body swayed, and his limbs returned to normal. He caught the golden military armor pill. "Tilda, it's a little heavy. Tilda, what's going on?" Du Yu felt as though he was dreaming. Since fortune and misfortune were hard to predict, even if he was holding on to a treasure, he would still feel uneasy. Over at Kangyun Lake's Dragon Palace, Lake Lord Yin, who was the first to turn pale with fright, not good. Yi Xian and Fan Wei-Iran looked at each other. Then, Yang Qing suddenly raised her head and looked towards the door. He Lu, who had been smiling and looking at her, followed Yang Qing's gaze and looked out of the palace. First, the entire Dragon Palace began to shake violently. Then, a white-robed person arrived on a sword, holding a scabbard in his hand. After landing on the ground, he strode over the palace's threshold, and the sword returned to its scabbard. Finally, there was a series of sounds that sounded like spring thunder in the lake. The person had actually left them far behind. The white-robed sword immortal had a smile on his face, and his footsteps did not stop. He held the scabbard and gently pushed it forward, throwing the sword out of the scabbard. With a flip, the sword tip was nailed into the ground of the Dragon Palace, and the sword was slanted, sticking into the ground just like that. That person stood there confidently, his two snow-white sleeves fluttering. He had one hand behind his back, and the other hand extended towards the sword on the ground. Everyone heard him say with a smile, "You can take it." But the next sentence was even more chilling than the previous sentence: "If you can't take the sword, then leave your head behind." The third sentence, however, caused everyone's heartstrings to loosen slightly. Except for a young man dressed similarly in white, He Lu will go first. 507. He Lu's face was livid. The Treasure Cave Immortal Realm Chi Refinement Warriors led by the old woman, Fan Wei-Iran, and the vassal cultivators all had complicated expressions. Logically speaking, this was a rare and huge show. However, they were afraid that after watching the show, they would also become a part of it. As for the Chi Refinement Warriors on Yi Yu's side, they all looked indignant. but none of them dared to make a sound. The two groups of cultivators hated Kang Yunhu to the core. What bullsh *T Dragon Palace's mountain water array? Was he trying to cut through tofu with a knife and mud with a sword? The Lord of the Lake, Yinhu, did not say a word. He stood on the spot and looked down at the ground. This was very chewy. The rich family had their yellow mud wall smashed, and they still had to shout a few times. Their own Dragon Palace's array was broken, and they had lost a lot of immortal money, but this Hu Jun didn't want to fart. Didn't they say that Kang Yunhu was the leader of the Silver Screen Nation? Within the country, the gods of the 5 mountains on the mountain and the generals and ministers at the foot of the mountain were all very respectful to Kang Yunhu. Even when the Lord of the Lake, Yinhu, swaggered in a domineering emperor robe, no one cared about it. Therefore, the lower one's cultivation level was, the more hot-tempered they were. It was not that no one wanted to stand out and reprimand the young sword immortal who was surrounded. These young cultivators who wanted to stand out were still hoping to earn a favor from immortal he and the people in Huangliangcheng. However, before they could say anything, they had already sent messages to the experienced cultivators around them, their seniors in their sect, or their friends in the Daoist world using the Heart Lake ripples. In the end, those who kindly reminded them were also afraid of being implicated by the boorish people around them. Since a sword immortal's swordsmanship could even withstand the heavenly tribulation, it was not strange that a casual sword flash could accidentally kill a few people. Fan Weiran no longer had a sneer on her face. She looked a little dull. The lord of Huangyu City, Yi Yu, turned his head and looked at the white-robed sword immortal who broke 2 arrays with 1 sword. He asked, "Sword immortal, must you fight to the death?" The white-robed sword immortal just casually threw the scabbard in his hand to the ground and inserted it into the ground. He took out the folding fan on his waist. He did not look at Yi Yu or He Lu. He gently tapped his palm with the folding fan with a smile. His eyes wandered, starting from a white-haired old man sitting cross-legged on his right, from the upper seat to the lower seats near the entrance of the Dragon Palace. "I heard that a certain immortal master from the Dream Liang Peak had a novel idea. Actually invited a Jianghu master to eat feces in a dung bucket of dung. Who is it? Stand up and let me admire you. Who is? Stand. Stand. Raise." On the side of the treasure cave, a young man and woman with swords on their backs looked at each other. Wasn't this sword immortal in front of him the green-robed man wearing a bamboo hat who was eating pastries and porridge at a roadside stall outside the city in the early morning? His clothes had changed. His expression had changed. But his face was definitely the same. The woman smiled bitterly. Her junior brother jinxed it. The old man with the monkey on his shoulder at the entrance of the city was the culprit who stole the immortal's treasure. Now, this young wanderer had turned into a sword immortal who had appeared out of nowhere. Chen Pingan's gaze finally stopped on a group of qi cultivators in the middle. A man who was closest to the entrance of the palace shrunk his neck back. There was no need to answer a question. The answer would be revealed. Most of the cultivators on the mountain sought peace and did not want to be involved in the quarrels of others. Back then, at the entrance of the city god temple, when they asked who was the head of the yin-yang agency, their colleagues in the city god temple acted in unison. They did not hesitate at all. It was the same now. Chen Pingan raised his hand. A black fog of souls that was originally the size of a fist had been reduced to the size of a date pit by the aura chi. He rotated it gently with a finger. Wisps of aura chi wrapped around it and crushed it like a millstone. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "This wild cultivator, whose name I forgot to ask, said that the immortal master of the Dream Liang Peak is the real mastermind. I know that you may not have the brains and guts to do so. So, is it City Lord Yi or Little Immortal Master He?" The 4 qi cultivators of the Dream Liang Peak gritted their teeth in anger. However, their sitting postures were still as stable as rocks. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I'm just curious about one thing. Be it Yi Yu of Huangliang City who plans before acting or He Lu who is full of schemes, did they help you pay for this matter? If they didn't, then Huangliang City isn't very kind." He Lu stood up slowly. Her expression returned to normal. She said loudly, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Don't yell about He Lu came first. All the grudges in Attendant City will end with me, He Lu. If I, He Lu, die, it's natural that Sword Immortal is more skillful. I, He Lu, will have no regrets. What do you think, Sword Immortal? Yi Yu smiled slightly. If he didn't gamble like this, everyone at Kangyun Lake's banquet today would be in a state of disunity and discord. On paper, the three forces that were roughly equivalent to an immortal would automatically dissipate into a mob. Fan Weiran was a little surprised. He raised his gaze. This was the first time that the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm's old ancestor thought highly of this young man from Huangliang City. In the past, he only thought that He Lu was a cultivator who didn't lose to his little Yang. She was smart and knew how to conduct herself. He didn't expect that she could be so calm in the face of death. It was not easy. A person who had a calm face despite having a thunderstorm in his chest could be a general. This must be referring to this young man. A cultivator with such great aptitude and temperament would have a bright future as long as he didn't die prematurely. Yi Yu is so lucky to have such a helper. The old woman thought to herself. Could it be that after the banquet at Kangyun Lake's Dragon Palace, she would simply agree to little Yang's marriage with him? In any case, He Lu was an outsider. She was destined to be unable to inherit Yi Yu's Huangliang City. She might even be able to rely on little Yang to lure her into the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm. If she did this, not only would she be able to anger Yi Yu to death, she would also be able to help her sect improve further. Once this pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl that everyone envied became immortal Dao companions, both of them would ascend to the Golden Core Realm. The Huangliang City that was lacking in manpower would only be supported by Yi Yu. She believed that as long as the conditions were suitable, more than half of the mountains of the dozens of countries would be the territory of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm. She believed that with this young man's foresight and breadth of mind, he would be able to settle this score clearly. Yi Yu, as long as this person's words are slightly inappropriate, he will incite public anger. Let's not waste the opportunity that He Lu worked so hard to obtain. Therefore, Fan Weiran immediately told Yi Yu telepathically. Today, both of us will cast aside our former enmity and cooperate sincerely. Let's not hide anymore. The situation is critical. We can't have our own thoughts. Yi Yu also agreed decisively. I thought you were going to say that it's better to be lenient whenever possible. However, from this, it can be seen that the true mastermind of Attendant City's many schemes is indeed you, He Lu. Chen Pinggan said with a smile, since Immortal Master he is so responsible, I respect you as a man. Alright, I'll stop until you, He Lu. If you can't take the sword away, I'll only take your head today in Blue Cloud Lake's Dragon Palace. He Lu was stunned. Ignoring the others, even Fan Weiran felt a sense of relief. The Sword Immortal's reply had truly caught him off guard. However, if he were to really fight today, he would stop when it was appropriate. Even if he killed a few more people, as long as it did not involve the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm too much, why wouldn't Fan Weiran do it? The secret agreement with Yi Yu and Huangliang City would be nullified. Yi Yu's expression changed slightly. Chen Pinggan pointed his folding fan at the Sword Immortal that was stabbed into the ground. Immortal Master there's no need to stand on ceremony. Just take the sword. After you die, many cultivators will be indebted to you. You'll die a worthy death. He Lu could no longer keep a straight face. She shifted her gaze slightly and looked at her master, Yi Yu, who was sitting by the side. A beautiful woman walked out from the bead curtain at the side door of the Grand Hall. She said angrily, "You bastard. You're so rude and unreasonable. Why do you have to use your power to bully others? So what if you're a sword immortal that everyone is afraid of? How can a cultivator be so ruthless as you?" As the bead curtain was lifted and lowered, there was a crisp sound that resembled the sound of beads rolling on a plate. Marquis of the Lake was infuriated. He did not even turn his head as he waved his sleeve. Scram! He smacked the dragoness with his sleeve, causing the bead curtain to shatter. With a loud bang, she had likely slammed into the wall of the side room. From the sound of it, there was no second sound. It meant that the graceful body did not land on the ground and had likely sunk into the wall. Marquis of the Blue Cloud Lake's move was not considered light. It was very powerful. Chen Pingan looked at Marquis of the Lake dressed in a colorful purple robe and smiled. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. What a good place. Marquis of the Lake bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. Sword Immortal, you've graced my humble abode with your presence. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. Chen Pingan tapped twice with the folding fan in his hand and said with a smile, Shaoxi Canal's main water deity temple. Last time, you and I warmed up on the Blue Cloud Lake and had a small fight. Another time, the Dragon Palace gathered heroes from all over and sparred with me from Attendant City. Another time. As the old saying goes, things should not be done more than 3 times. With this Dragoness who speaks out for justice, this is already the 4th time. What should we do? Marquis of the Lake did not straighten his back. He only raised his head slightly and said in a deep voice, Sword Immortal, what do you say? Blue Cloud Lake's Dragon Palace will do as you say. The white-clothed Sword Immortal did not comment and said considerately, Marquis of the Lake, don't be in a hurry. Let's wait for little Immortal he to pull out his sword first. If he pulls out his sword, wouldn't you be dumbfounded again? If you put down these words that will chill the hearts of your allies now, it will implicate your Dragon Palace and reduce the amount of money you earn. Marquis of the Lake looked pitiful and said with a bitter smile, Sword Immortal is humorous. Chen Pingan pointed his folding fan at the white-haired old man sitting beside He Lu. It's time for you to come out and remedy the crisis. If you don't say something to calm the hearts of the people and turn the tide, it will be too late. Yi Yu sighed softly. The old man who had just received the city lord's secret words did not know whether to sit or stand for a moment. In the end, he could only lose most of his spirit and braced himself to stand up. Then let me, an old man with half a foot in the ground, be bold enough to say a few words to the Sword Immortal. However, in the Dragon Palace's main hall, the Sword Immortal softly said the word pity. It seemed that his expression was somewhat unsatisfied. The Sword Immortal's actions and words were indeed unreasonable. Yang Qing turned her head because the cute and naive girl Kui was secretly pulling her sleeve. Yang Qing quietly stretched out a finger, indicating that the girl who had always spoken without restraint in the sect should not make a sound. The girl smiled knowingly and nodded gently. She communicated with Yang Qing using the ripples in her heart. Senior Yang, he is cultivating his mind. It's so strange. Even I can only see it vaguely. It's like a woodcutter sharpening his knife before chopping wood. But I can vaguely see that he dislikes the fact that there are too few of us. The grindstone is not big enough. I can vaguely see the outline of a city. He is probably thinking about the numerous people in Escort City. Anyway, that's what he means. This guy is really cunning. Previously, on the Kangyun Lake, he deliberately used a few stupid snakes to temper his body. Now, he's doing it again. Alas, Martial Aunt Yang, you know that I used to admire the kind of Sword Immortal that the second ancestor often talked about. Now, I don't dare to admire him anymore. It's so scary. Yang Qing only felt that it was inconceivable and became more and more haggard. This was a chaotic state of mind that she had never experienced since she started cultivating. The Immortal Heart Sutra that the sect used to hide one's potential was useless. The meditation of her own martial arts was also useless. The white-robed Sword Immortal suddenly muttered to himself, seemingly somewhat helpless. All right, since you said it's okay, then it's okay. This person's appearance was actually far from revealing, but he was a Sword Immortal with boundless killing power. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Palace's main hall was a little jittery and suspicious. They felt that the white-robed Immortal in front of them had a profound meaning behind his words and actions. This young Sword Immortal was indeed a Sword Immortal. Chen Pingan turned his head and said to the white-haired old man who had already prepared his words, "It's best to shut up." A faint green sword beam suddenly appeared. The old man's expression changed drastically. He stomped his foot and shook his sleeves. His entire body turned into a palm-sized origami kite and began to flee in all directions. The flying sword chased after him like a shadow. The snow-white origami kite's escape route was rather particular. Once, When it attempted to fly out of the main hall's entrance, the flying sword pierced a hole in its wing. It began to move around the banquet tables, using the chi refinement warriors who were swaying left and right as well as the cups and wine cups on the tables as obstacles to obstruct the flying sword. It was like a nimble bird circling around the flowers, constantly threading a needle. It was dangerous after dangerous, scaring the chi refinement warriors so much that their faces turned pale. However, they did not dare to curse in front of Huang Liangcheng and Yi Yu. They felt extremely aggrieved and resentful that this old fart was not dead. Chen Pinggan looked at He Lu. "This is the last time I'm reminding you to retrieve your sword." He Lu remained silent. Only the veins on her hand that was holding the bamboo flute bulged. Yi Yu slowly stood up and asked with a pleasant expression, "Although the sword immortal is safe and sound, we have not truly committed a grave mistake and committed a capital offense. However, during this period of time, the sword immortal's peaceful cultivation has indeed been disturbed by us. Then, can you allow our Huang Liangcheng city to take the lead and allow me, Yi Yu, to personally step forward and help the sword immortal make up for it?" The young sword immortal smiled and nodded. "Of course. Lord City God of Attendant City has a good saying. There is nothing in the world that cannot be discussed properly." He extended his hand and grabbed the sword in his hand. He casually swiped the sword horizontally. "Speak. Name your price." The sword immortal's actions were too unexpected. He drew his sword as fast as lightning. When he flicked his wrist and casually threw the sword back into its scabbard, the crowd did not understand the meaning behind his action. The city lord of Huangyu City, who had always been known for being cultured, refined, and magnanimous on the Dozen Kingdoms mountain, suddenly exploded in anger. "How dare you kill in front of us?" Everyone raised their heads in unison. Their gazes finally stopped on the handsome youth who had extended his hand to cover his neck. The immortal's bamboo flute in his hand had already fallen to the ground. It sounded like pearls and jade shattering, incessantly clinking. He Lu staggered back a few steps. Blood was already seeping through the gaps between her fingers. The young immortal's face was already covered in tears. One of his hands was tightly covering his neck while the other extended towards Yi Yu. He sobbed and trembled. "Father, save me. Save me." Fan Weiran was horrified. Then, she felt like she had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. It was burning with pain. She was so angry that her white hair almost stood on end. She directly flicked away the golden crown bestowed by the immortal. What a good He Lu. What a good Yi Yu. What a pair of father and son who had schemed against the cultivators of the Dozen Kingdoms. If he and the Treasure Cave Wonderland really had the idea of making Yang Qing and He Lu become Daoist companions, with the shrewdness of the father and son, wouldn't it be like throwing meat buns at dogs? Yang Qing was just a pure girl who focused on cultivation and did not care about the secular world. How could she compare to Yi Yu and He Lu, this pair of old and little foxes who were originally father and son? Taking a step back, if Yang Qing did not help her Daoist companion He Lu to deal with the Treasure Cave Wonderland, she would not be able to do such a thing. However, at that time, most of her Daoist heart would be destroyed. Even if she really respected her master and wanted to help her sect to deal with Huangyu City, Yang Qing would be powerless. Fan Weiran drank the wine in her cup and laughed out loud. "Wonderful. Wonderful. He Lu, that bastard, really deserves to die. Yi Yu, you've lost your beloved son. How could you not hate him and fight with the sword immortal? How could you bear the hatred of your son's death? If it were me, I would die in the Dragon Palace of Kangyun Lake today." Chen Pinggan smiled. "You'll die too. Don't be in a hurry to reincarnate." Fan Weiran's carefree laughter came to an abrupt end. He Lu saw that Yi Yu was about to extend his hand but retracted it. Her heart was filled with grief and despair. Her vision was hazy as she stared at her father who was unwilling to fight for her. The youth's eyes were filled with hatred. Then, he slowly turned his head. There was more blood between his fingers. He looked at the terrified Yang Qing and his eyes turned pleading. "Yang Qing, save me." Yang Qing spat out a turbid breath. She grabbed the short sword and stood up. She turned to look at the white-robed sword immortal. "This time, I'm only attacking for myself. The white-robed sword immortal placed his hands behind his back. He smiled and nodded. You'll get what you want. This filthy dragon palace has finally produced a decent cultivator. Yang Qing stood with the short sword in hand and smiled. When her state of mind was clear again, divine splendor circulated. Spiritual energy flowed throughout her body. The golden crown on her head shone brightly. It made this devastatingly beautiful woman look like an immortal. She looked really beautiful. However, all the Qi refinement warriors in the Dragon Palace's main hall were still baffled. He Lu staggered backward and leaned against the wall. She slumped to the ground and sat on the spot. Finally, a head slid to the ground. The sound was far inferior to the thunderous sound from before. It made all the cultivators feel as if their hearts had been hammered, making them unable to breathe. Huangliang City's He Lu died just like that. A cultivation genius who had hopes of standing side by side with Yi Jie and Fan Weiran at the peak of the mountain was beheaded just like that. When they looked at the graceful fairy Yang Qing, they were even more surprised. They were also the most outstanding geniuses on the 10 Countries mountain. He Lu was such an exquisite person. She had only died in the Dragon Palace of Kangyun Lake in a foreign country because she lacked some luck. However, this fairy, Yang Qing, clearly had the chance to clear her name. Why was her brain so muddled? Then, how did this pair of golden boy and jade girl, who had almost become an immortal couple, end up together in the first place? Or could it be that the roots of love were so deep that Yang Qing drew her sword in a fit of anger when she saw her lover die? It's just that we're not looking down on you, Yang Qing, for you to draw your sword on a genuine sword immortal. You're just asking for humiliation. Just as Yang Qing was accumulating power with her sword and the young sword immortal was looking at her at the critical moment, a strange phenomenon appeared. Near Yi Jie's seat in the middle, a table filled with delicacies and fine wine exploded. The Qi refinement warriors on both sides were sent flying, crashing into a large group of people. A muscular figure that emitted golden light broke through the table without any warning. He took a step on the ground, causing the entire dragon palace to tremble. Then, he punched out, sending the white-robed sword immortal flying. The wall of the main hall was smashed through on the spot. Not only that, the sound of walls breaking could be heard. That punch. Was it really something that a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms of Dreamliang Peak could deliver? Fan Weiran and Yi Jie quickly exchanged glances. They could see the shock and panic in each other's eyes. This person had concealed himself so deeply. He was definitely not a pawn of either side. He might be the true accomplice of the monkey-rearing elder and the fox demon empress of Silver Screen Country. If they were not prepared for this sneak attack, even the 2 golden core cultivators would not be able to withstand it. They would definitely be severely injured on the spot. That ordinary-looking man had actually shattered his entire arm after throwing out this punch that contained his entire life's worth of fist intent. His arm drooped down dejectedly, but the man's heroic spirit overflowed, and he looked at all the cultivators in the palace as if they were chickens and dogs. He laughed heartily and said, "This trump card of mine was supposed to be given to that old thief Xiazhen when I had the chance. Who would have thought that a hothead who likes to play dumb would snatch it from me first?" The man looked through the walls that were like doors that had been opened. He looked into the distance where dust was flying everywhere. "I already said that you, a sword immortal, are unreasonable. You have the physique of a golden body realm cultivator." "What now? Golden body?" Even if a real golden body realm cultivator were to receive this punch of mine, his organs would be pulverized and he would die on the spot. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and glanced at the sheathed sword on the ground. Bullsh *T sword immortal. What a joke. I've tolerated you for half a day. You killed a sea viewing cultivator with a single strike. Do you really think that you're invincible? The corner of Lord of the Lake Yin whose mouth curled up. Then, the smile grew wider and wider. Finally, his entire face was filled with a smile. Fan Weiran also smiled. Only Yi Yu felt relieved. However, when he glanced at the headless corpse on the other side of the wall, his mood was gloomy. He still could not smile at all. Fortunately, this young man who hid his identity was a sea viewing cultivator after all. He had already retracted his soul into a few key chi residences. However, with such a good Xiantian body and the so-called golden branch and jade leaf aptitude of that immortal, where would they find him in the future? How would he ascend to the golden core realm in the future? Or even surpass the master and surpass him? Would he be able to bring the entire Huangming city to the peak of the mountain? The other 3 Qi cultivators of Dream Liang Peak all swallowed their saliva. How did this trash of a junior brother who could not even be beaten with a few sticks suddenly become a top-notch master whose fist was like a thunderclap? Yang Qing stood rooted to the ground in a daze. In the main hall, even though they knew that this legendary golden body great master was an enemy and not a friend, they still started to cheer loudly. Everyone slammed the table and cheered. There were even people who directly picked up the wine jug and drank to their heart's content. They raised their thumbs at the pure martial artist. There were even people who started to praise the Dream Liang Kingdom for not only having a flourishing literary talent, but also having a flourishing martial talent. It was really time for their Dream Liang Kingdom to become an overlord. They should have already annexed the surrounding countries. Yang Qing stood in the bustling and festive main hall. Her heart was empty. Fan Weiran laughed until his body leaned back. This old woman also imitated that vulgar cultivator and raised her head to give Yang Qing a thumbs up. Little Yang, you've done a great deed. Good girl, when we return to the treasure cave, I'll definitely reward you with that treasure from the ancestral hall. I'd like to see who dares to be unconvinced. She was the first to sense that something was wrong. It was that little girl Kui who blinked her eyes. However, at this moment, she did not even dare to activate the ripples in her heart, much less make any small movements. The delicate and naive girl began to sit upright and still, like a wooden puppet. Then, it was that martial artist who had secretly climbed to the golden body realm step by step in the kingdom of Dream Liang. When this man's expression turned serious, Yi Yu and Fan Weiran also realized that things were not good. The Lord of the Lake, Yin Hu, who had originally wanted to get to know this warrior, also retracted the smile on his face bit by bit. He hurriedly held his breath and focused. A white-robed sword immortal walked out of the doors and finally appeared in the main hall. The Qi refinement warrior who was sitting in the middle of Fan Weiran's side had already scrambled to open a path for the sword immortal and the golden body realm master. The sword immortal patted his shoulder and shook his snow-white sleeves. He said with a smile, previously, on the ferry, someone said that the golden core realm Qi refinement warriors here are all made of paper. That person slowly walked towards the martial artist of the kingdom of Dream Liang. There were no signs of his internal organs being crushed. As he walked, he laughed and said, "Now, I see that this golden body realm martial artist of yours is not much better. You must be made of mud, the kind that hasn't dried yet. Is that why you broke one of your arms? Does it hurt?" That man said in a deep voice, "You are actually a distant travel realm martial artist. Am I right? You are not a sword immortal at all, am I right? Before you punch, give me a clear explanation." That person placed one hand on his abdomen and the other hand on his forehead. He said with a helpless expression, "Big brother, don't be like this. Really, you have told so many jokes in the Dragon Palace today. I was lucky to not be crushed to death by the heavenly tribulation in Escort City. In the end, I am going to die of laughter here because of you." The Lord of the Lake sighed and sat on the steps. He hugged his head with both hands. "Fine, I have resigned to my fate. Fight, fight, do whatever you want. Tear down the Dragon Palace. If I, Yin Hu, frown, I will have the same surname as that sword immortal in the future." Some of the young cultivators wanted to laugh but did not dare to. The white-robed sword immortal turned his head to look at Fan Weiran and Yin Hu. "I have the physique of a golden body realm martial artist. Are you the ones who spread the news? Do you know that because of you, many of my plans fell through because of you?" The man took a deep breath and smiled. He did not back down at all. He took a step back with his right foot and raised his remaining arm. He assumed a posture of complete fist intent. "I don't care if you are a martial artist of the same realm as me or a flying sword immortal. I will have a taste of it." Chen Pingan glanced at the other 3 Dream Liang Peak cultivators. He retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Looks like your dream Liang kingdom has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Interesting. Thanks." The man took a step forward, and his fist aura flowed out like a flood. The entire palace shook, and almost all the tables jumped up high. Just when everyone thought that it was going to be another battle to the death, the man leaned back as fast as lightning and crashed into the wall behind him that hadn't opened yet. After the wall shattered with a bang, it was as if the immortal's supernatural power that could shrink mountains and rivers into a square inch had disappeared in an instant. As expected of a golden body realm martial artist that had not been seen in 200 years. His movement technique was indeed unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against. Only, the white-robed sword immortal in the main hall had also disappeared. Then, on the other side of the newly opened wall, the legendary golden body realm martial artist walked back step by step. Only a large sleeve and a palm were exposed from the man's chest. Not only did it block the path of this martial arts grandmaster, it also determined life and death. The sword immortal directly used his left hand to pierce through the man's chest and back. The white-robed sword immortal raised his right hand and pressed on the man's head. He gently pushed. He lightly flew out and landed in the center of the main hall. The white-robed sword immortal shook his sleeve. A string of scarlet blood splashed out from the ground beside him. And in the sky above the main hall, the origami kite was still frantically fleeing, avoiding the dark green sword light behind its butt. Chen Pinggan smiled. "Haven't played enough." The dark green flying sword suddenly accelerated. The origami kite was reduced to fine powder. The badly mutilated white-haired old man fell heavily on the floor of the main hall. The flying sword leisurely flew back to its master's side. Like a little bird, it slowly rotated and was extremely docile. Chen Pinggan glanced at the girl in the emerald green dress. The latter grinned. Chen Pinggan also smiled and said, "He Lu of Huangliang City, Yang Qing of the Treasure Cave Wonderland, and Marquis of Lake Junyin of Kangyun Lake. None of these three told you that it's best to directly place the battlefield in the attendant city. Maybe I'm the most restrained and you guys are the safest. It's hard to say if you can kill me, but at least you have a better chance of escaping." Marquis of Lake Junyin loosened his hand and raised his head. "Sword immortal, I did mention this and He Lu also agreed. He also thought of a lot of chain links, such as using various spells to force the people to swarm up and rush into the haunted house. But in the end, both sides felt that if they were too close to the attendant city, they would easily alarm you, the great sword immortal who can take people's heads from 1,000 steps away. No one wanted to be the first to court death. The lives of the cultivators of Huangliang City and the Treasure Cave Wonderland were precious. If they didn't take the lead, the rest of the vassal mountains weren't all fools. Who would be willing to do something like earning money but not spending it? After a lot of arguments, they had to give up. Sword immortal, I've said what I should and shouldn't say. Next, kill at will. My dragon palace, the 1,000-year foundation, is fine. After today, as long as the sword immortal is merciful and I'm lucky to survive, Kangyun Lake will definitely repair the attendant city's fate of mountains and rivers as atonement. After hearing the beginning of the sentence, Yang Qing's face turned pale and her body trembled. If her Dao heart was unstable, the spiritual qi in her qi residence would be unstable. The hand holding the sword was even more unstable. Chen Pinggan put 2 fingers together and waved gently. The city lord of Huangliang City deliberately remained motionless. Yi Yu allowed the long sword to penetrate his chest and nailed him to the wall. Only a foot away from Fan Weiran's glabella, there was a green flying sword with a trembling sword tip hovering in the air. The old woman also remained motionless. All of you are the smartest. Each of you is better than the other at judging the situation. I really admire all of you for this. I have absolutely no intention of mocking and ridiculing you. Chen Pinggan sighed and walked forward slowly with his hands behind his back. Then, he caught a glimpse of a flagon and grabbed it with one hand and a cup with the other. He poured himself a cup of wine and took a sip. Then, he said with a big smile, "If there are a few more He Lus here or the people in Attendant City who see this, they will definitely scold me for being unforgiving. The people will be angry and the opinions of the masses will distort the truth. Why should I kill people indiscriminately? They have only met a few times and we didn't really fight to the death and didn't even lose an arm, a leg, or a few buckets of blood. What reason do I have to judge people's good and evil and decide their life and death? Why do I have to be so aggressive and kill people? Such a heartless bodhisattva must be jackals of the same tribe as the people I killed. His words made all the chi refinement warriors feel a chill down their spines. What did the great sword immortal mean by his words? He wasn't done yet. Chen Pinggan looked at the old woman sitting at the head of the table. You're lucky that you don't have a good son like Yi Lu, so we can discuss this. Then, he turned to glance at Yi Yu. City Lord Yi, it's hard to say. The lashes of the girl in the emerald green dress fluttered. She sat still like the old monk and did not move. Her body did not move and her heart did not move. She just relied on the strange supernatural power that seemed to be bestowed by the ancestors to steal a glance. Chen Pinggan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He seemed to have lost the demeanor of a sword immortal in an instant. He looked tired and his eyes dimmed. Just like the long sword that pierced through Yi Yu's body on the wall, the golden light was not visible. He looked around and poured another cup of wine. He threw the wine pot back to its original spot and gently poured the wine in front of him. It was as if he was toasting someone at the grave. He muttered to himself, but those people of Attendant City who devoutly burned incense and kowtowed to the Xing Wang temple after the heavenly tribulation were just going with the flow. They were the real weaklings. Most of them, especially those who chose to remain silent, would never know what happened in their entire lives. So they worshipped Lord Xing Wang wrongly. They worshipped the fire god temple wrongly. My attitude towards them is the same as some of you cultivators. You keep your cultivation clean, you ignore the mortal world and you hate the mortal world. There's no such thing as liking them or not. There's no such thing as right or wrong. There are thousands of paths beneath your feet. What do you think, Lord Fire God of Attendant City? In the end, you didn't even scold me on the roof of the ancestral temple. Instead, you crashed into the heavenly tribulation of the cloud sea and caused your golden body to shatter into two. I really couldn't say anything back then. Otherwise, I would have scolded you and sent you back to the ancestral temple with a punch. It's just a small heavenly tribulation. Would I die? I just almost died. I'm a cultivator after all. What's there to be afraid of when I'm half dead? Before this, I had calculated many things. You and I met too late and didn't have the time to tell you. Of course, I wouldn't have said anything if I had met you earlier. The human heart is full of ghosts. Who would dare to believe you? As he spoke, a thud sounded from Fan Weiran's glabella. His head seemed to have been struck by a heavy blow as he leaned back. Yi Yu, on the other hand, remained unharmed. He was only nailed to the wall. However, the old woman was definitely not truly dead because her face and body instantly withered. But there was an unusual ripple of chi within the Dragon Palace that disappeared in a flash. The young sword immortal seemed a little helpless as he crushed the wine cup in his hand. There was no other way. The clear jade light talisman had been destroyed long ago. Otherwise, the immortal technique that allowed one's yin spirit to dissipate like mist and conceal a golden core at the same time was unpredictable. As long as the talisman of the Cloud Palace of the Chongxian Bureau appeared and instantly enveloped a radius of several miles, the old Grandmaster of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm would most likely not be able to escape. As for him, he could no longer draw talismans after the battle. Moreover, the few talisman of the true alchemy works that he was proficient in could not deal with such a situation. Therefore, it had always been easy to win against the cultivators on the mountain but difficult to kill. Especially chi refinement warriors who had ascended to the Golden Core realm, who did not have a few life-saving methods. On this point, pure martial artists were much more straightforward. In a fight, the loser would usually die. However, it did not matter. The golden crown on the old woman's head was still there. Perhaps she could not bring it away, or perhaps she would leave obvious traces if she fled with it. The old woman was too wary of his flying sword. Chen Pinggan took out his folding fan and twirled it with 2 fingers. Opening and closing it slowly, he smiled. Why? You believe everything I say? Would you believe me if I said that I'm a Realm 6 martial artist and not a sword cultivator? Chen Pingan looked at one of the Dream Liang Peak cultivators. Why don't you tell us? That person knelt down immediately and shouted at the top of his lungs, I'll believe everything you say, Sword Immortal. Chen Pingan turned around and looked at the young man and woman with swords on their backs. What a coincidence. We meet again. Immortal Masters, did you gain anything from your trip to the city? The young man fell to the ground on his buttocks. The young woman said softly, Sword Immortal, we did not gain anything. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, that old man with the monkey on his shoulder did not miss the two of you in the chaotic battle? The young female cultivator said bitterly, the moment we saw him, we fled far away. Chen Pingan nodded. That's how it should be. In the future, tell your junior brother to have a better temper. When he goes down the mountain to train and roam the pugilistic world, tell him to see more and speak less. For the first time, the young female cultivator was not happy at all to be greeted politely by this young sword immortal with an unpredictable temperament. She only felt that everything was over. Without a doubt, she and her junior brother were going to suffer. He Lu, a golden body realm martial artist from the Dream Liang Kingdom. Fan Wei Iran, the old consecrator of Huangliang City, Immortal Crane, and City Lord Yi Shun were either dead or injured. Which one of them had a good ending after chatting with this sword immortal? Chen Pingan rubbed his glabella and frowned slightly. Then, he relaxed and smiled at the two, it's fate that brought us together. Leave first. The junior brother who was paralyzed on the ground got up and ran towards the entrance of the hall. His senior sister could not stop him in time. She felt that there would be a bloody scene of a head being cut off by a flying sword. She did not expect that not only did the junior brother run far away, he even shouted anxiously, Senior sister, hurry up. The young female cultivator saw the white-robed sword immortal with a smile that was as warm as the spring breeze and as deep as the abyss. She hesitated for a moment and bowed. Thank you, sword immortal, for your kindness. She trembled as she circulated her spirit energy and slowly rushed out of the messy hall of the Dragon Palace. Chen Pingan went straight ahead and walked up the stairs. The Lord of the Lake, Yin Hu, was sitting there. As for the flying sword, it was still lingering around the white-robed sword immortal. Sword immortal, do whatever you want. I won't move a finger or have any crooked thoughts today. Chen Pingan did not sit on the emperor-like dragon throne. He only stretched out his finger and tapped it, as if he was inspecting the goods. Chen Pingan turned around and held onto the dragon throne's handle. He faced everyone in the hall. I'm a blind person who can't distinguish between good and bad people. I'll treat it as if you're half good and half bad. In tonight's banquet, half will die and the other half will live. You're either best friends or mortal enemies who can't wait to kill each other. Anyway, you're all familiar with each other's family background. Let's talk about who did what evil deeds. The more shocking, the better. If you don't have what others have, doesn't that mean you're a good person and have a chance to live? Silence reigned in the hall. The white-robed sword immortal laughed again. I'll add one more thing. The fights and schemes on the mountain don't count. Tonight, we'll only talk about what happened at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, a young and crisp voice sounded. Sword immortal, it's still daytime. You shouldn't say tonight. Chen Pingan looked at the person who spoke. It was the young girl in the emerald green dress. Looking at the seating arrangement, she was a disciple who was highly regarded in the Treasure Cave Wonderland. Chen Pingan laughed. Thank you for the reminder. I saw that the Dragon Palace's hall was brightly lit and mistook it for night. Yi Yu suddenly said, so this sword immortal's sword isn't some magic treasure. I see. But that's right. Chen Pingan waved his hand. I know you golden core immortals have endless means. Get lost. Yi Yu laughed out loud and walked forward. He allowed the sword to pierce through his body and stay on the wall. Yi Yu sighed. I never expected our Huangliang city to be reduced to such a state. The son who had the greatest chance of inheriting the family business is dead. The chief consecrator is dead. I, Yi Yu, have also damaged my great Dao foundation. I have no hope of taking that step forward in my life. Sword immortal, What do you want me to do so that you won't pursue us to Huangliang City and eliminate us? Chen Pinggan smiled. Very simple. There's no need to set up a bewildering array here. Since I can't shatter your golden core, you should quickly find your backer. After the heavenly tribulation, he appeared in the sky above Attendant City. If I'm not wrong, you have some relationship with him. That person's realm is very high and he has harmed me greatly. Once he comes, we can settle our old and new debts together. However, if he can summon the mastermind behind the person who successfully snatched the treasure to deal with a junior like me, even if you have a lot of face, I can only run away. Our lord who has a canal lord under him. Her temple has an excellent plaque that says, "Green waters flow forever." Yu said helplessly, "Since the sword immortal has revealed the secrets of the heavens, does that mean you won't let me take Yilu's soul away?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I was going to ask you to take away the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls of the little immortal master he, so that your escape technique would be exposed. Even if I said that before, would you dare to do it?" "I don't think you would." Yu nodded. "Indeed, I wouldn't." Then as the sword immortal said, "Green waters flow forever," the city lord of Huangliang City crushed the jade tablet on his waist. His figure disappeared into thin air. Chen Pinggan turned his head to look at the roof, as if his gaze had already gone to the distant surface of Kangyun Lake. The effect of this jade tablet was even more exaggerated than a golden square-inch talisman. Chen Pinggan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He had a splitting headache. The sword on the wall flashed with golden light and pierced into a key acupuncture point on Yilu's headless body. Then, a burst of black smoke gushed out from Yilu's body, instantly turning into 10 wisps, trying to escape in different directions. However, the white-clothed sword immortal waved his sleeve and smashed them all into the wall, turning them into ashes that rustled down. When he raised his head, his expression had already softened. "You can begin to reason with the facts. You must cherish it. I believe that in your previous life of cultivation, there weren't many times when you could rely on reason to save your lives." The white-clothed sword immortal grabbed at the air, the scabbard flew back to him, and the sword returned to its sheath in midair. He sat on the dragon throne, the sword across his knees. Yang Qing faced the white-clothed sword immortal sitting high up and said in a deep voice, "You're really scary like this." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Not to mention you, I'm even scared of myself." The girl in the emerald green dress hurriedly grabbed Yang Qing's wrist, her face full of anxiety. There were some tears in her eyes, and she said telepathically, "Martial Aunt Yang, really, don't say any more. He has already tried to kill you twice before, really. Plus this time, he said that he won't do it more than 3 times. This sword immortal's words are shrouded in clouds and mist, no one can understand and guess, but his general intention can't fool me. Martial Aunt Yang, I beg you, okay? In the sect, only you and Second Grandmaster are sincere to me. I don't want you to die." Chen Pinggan's elbow rested on the armrest of the dragon throne, his body tilted as he sat lazily. "If you don't say it, I'll just casually kill." Thus, someone began to expose the other Qi refinement warrior. It was a cave-dwelling realm cultivator from the enemy sect. The sect's foundation was not deep, and the cultivator's realm was not high, but he had done a lot of bad things. It was carefully selected by the person who spoke. Life and death were on the line. If they did not use their brains, would they have to go to the legendary Hades Hall to cry out for injustice? The Dragon Palace of Kangyun Lake was still brightly lit, and it was difficult to distinguish between day and night. However, the scene on the lake was already a crescent moon, and the willow branches were curved. It was quiet and serene. In Attendant City, the lights had already been extinguished and the lanterns had been taken down. Every family closed their doors and did not dare to increase the light at night, causing trouble. The blue waves separated, and a young sword immortal in white with a sword on his back walked out. Beside him was the lord of Kangyun Lake, who had eaten a calming pill. As for the inside of the Dragon Palace, after so long of clamor, more than half of them died in the end, not half as agreed. None of the people who were lucky enough to survive felt that this sword immortal had a bad temper. They had already survived, but they were still not satisfied. A sparkling and translucent porcelain bottle appeared in Chen Pinggan's hand. Inside the bottle, there were ripples of dark green water. This bottle contained the essence of water. Not only was it rare and valuable, it was also a timely rain for him. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Lord of Lake, do you think your luck is good or bad?" Lord of Lake, who was no longer wearing the colorful purple robe, smiled and said, "I'm not thinking about that at all. In the future, I, Lord of Kangyun Lake, will definitely protect this land. I won't dare to speak carelessly for too long. I will obediently follow the Sword Immortal's instructions and protect the waters of Kangyun Lake. 100 years of good weather without any natural disasters. As for man-made disasters, I will still follow the Sword Immortal's instructions and let it be. Speak carelessly? That's a good saying among you water gods." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "There's also that matter. Don't forget." Lord of Lake Yin, who lowered his head and cupped his fists and said, "I will definitely remember it. Sword Immortal, don't worry. If it doesn't work, when the Sword Immortal returns from his travels and passes by Kangyun Lake, he can just slash me to death." The white-clothed Sword Immortal flew away on his sword. Lord of Kangyun Lake, who had lost his dragon robe and dragon throne, didn't straighten his back for a long time. He waited until the young Sword Immortal was more than 100 miles away before he let out a long sigh. He didn't expect that as long as he survived, he would feel great happiness. The Great Tao was unpredictable. Why did it feel like the Sword Immortal was a city god who was clear about rewards and punishments in the main hall of his dragon palace? It was strange. This was probably a true Sword Immortal in the legends. The two female cultivators came out of the water and came to the surface of the lake. Lord of Lake Yin, who saw that beautiful face again and felt that it was hot to the eyes. It was all because of this group of Treasure Cave Immortal Realm cultivators that caused this disaster. Lord of Lake Yin, who snorted coldly and left through the water. The little girl in the emerald green dress complained, "That Sword Immortal is so greedy. After getting old ancestor Fan's immortal golden crown, he didn't even let go of the crown on Martial Aunt Yang's head. That's fine, but he still has the nerve to ask if there's any money." Sure enough, I was right not to admire Sword Immortals. This kind of Sword Immortal who plucks feathers from geese doesn't have the slightest demeanor of a Sword Immortal. It turned out that Yang Qing no longer had a golden crown on her head. She held the girl's hand and looked into the distance with a dazed expression. Then she smiled and said, "Yes, why does little Kui admire this kind of person?" The girl hugged Yang Qing's arm and shook it gently. She asked cutely, "Martial Aunt Yang, why don't we return to the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm with the sect? The world outside is so dangerous." Yang Qing suddenly smiled and said, "Little Kui, let's not return to the sect first. Let's go to Jianghu." The girl thought for a moment and smiled brightly. "Okay, I've long wanted to secretly drink wine." When the birds and beasts of Kangyun Lake's dragon palace dispersed, the white-robed immortal entered the city on his sword, but he didn't go directly to the haunted house. Instead, he put his sword behind his back and landed in a dark alley. He bent down and picked up a small piece of money. He held the money in one hand and patted his forehead with the folding fan in the other. He looked sad and seemed to be ashamed. He muttered, "You picked up money with such dirty hands. I made such a big fortune in the dragon palace at the bottom of the lake. It can't be. Forget it, forget it. That's right. It's a waste not to pick it up. Don't worry, I haven't been a good cultivator for so many years. I earn money, I cultivate, I practice boxing. Whoever does badly is my son or grandson. It's difficult to kill a nascent soul cultivator and reach the heavens. When have I ever lost to myself? Alright, I've lost, and it was quite miserable. But in the end, isn't it because I'm powerful? Perhaps only Jiang Shangzhen or Chongxian Bureau's Yang Ningxing would be able to understand these words. Waving his sleeves, the white-robed Sword Immortal leisurely walked back to the haunted house. Occasionally, the door gods that passed by the door gave birth to a little spiritual light, but they all instantly retreated and hid. With a tap of his toes, he flipped over the wall and landed in the courtyard. After Chen Pinggan landed, he squinted his eyes. Du Yu jumped in shock, as though he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He immediately opened his hands, revealing the military armor pill that could buy many deity-bearing armor. Although his teeth were chattering, he still poured out his grievances. Senior, there was a guy who called himself Ju Fei, and then called himself Jiang Shangzhen. He said that he was Senior's good brother, and snatched the child away. I used the body immobilizing technique on him, and he could not move at all. He also said that the orphan had the talent to cultivate, and he brought him back to the Aquarius continent. He told Senior not to worry, and just relax and travel in the north. Chen Pinggan nodded his head. He took the sword Immortal and waved his hand. The sword and the sheath were nailed into a pillar. He then sat on the bamboo chair and fastened the blade nurturing gourd. The 15th flying sword happily flew in. Chen Pinggan leaned back and said slowly, I know. This golden crow armor pill, you can keep it. It should be yours. You don't have to be courteous with that guy. Anyway, he has money, and money will burn his hands. Du Yu was overjoyed. After holding it in for a long time, he still could not maintain his smile. Finally, he could sit on the stool peacefully and carefully observe the priceless military armor pill. Chen Pinggan glanced at him and smiled. I won't stay here for a long time. When the time comes, you will go out of the city with me, and then we will go our separate ways. But I have to tell you in advance that in the future, your life and death, fortune and misfortune, I can only say that you will not die. I have already told Lord Kangyun Lake that after this trip to the north, I will return to the south in the future. For you, it can be regarded as a protective talisman, but it is still not a life-saving talisman. If I'm not wrong, the mastermind behind this plan in Escort City is not one great cultivator, but two. Fortunately, one of them is very likely to be related to the country of Mengliang. He has already succeeded. To kill me, there is a reason, but it may not be too persistent. Of course, the best situation is that they don't target me, and I don't die in the north. That protective talisman will always be effective. After all, I am not your ancestor. Next, you have to pray for yourself. Therefore, if you are killed by someone one day, it must be at least a nascent soul cultivator. At that time, I will try my best to avenge you. Some words. Chen Pinggan still did not speak. For example, Jiang Shangzhen never did things sloppily. Perhaps in addition to meeting Du Yu, there was something that Jiang Shangzhen disdained to talk about with outsiders. This guy who was an authentic immortal genealogy master was a genealogy master who Chen Pinggan felt was even more unorthodox than the wild cultivators. Chen Pinggan was well aware of how difficult it was to deal with wild cultivators like Liu Larocheng of Bookslip Lake Palace Willow Island and Liu Jimao of Green Gorge Island. What's more, Jiang Shangzhen was rich. Chen Pinggan was not sure who would have more magic weapons if this guy met Kui Dongshan. He guessed that the two of them would each take a small stool and eat melon seeds. Then, without making a move, each of them would throw a magic weapon. You throw it over, I throw it over. Could the two sides chat for a whole night? Therefore, he still had to make more money. Plus, the child who inexplicably fell into the pit of money could be regarded as the favor that Chen Pinggan owed was not small. This made Chen Pinggan somewhat helpless. After careful consideration, Du Yu carefully put the golden crow armor pill into his sleeve. Damn it, it's really heavy. He beamed with joy and said, Senior, Du Yu, don't want to boast. After following you and experiencing so many things, I'm really bold now. Chen Pinggan looked at Du Yu. Du Yu chuckled. Forget about it. He said it first. There was no need to bother the senior. Chen Pinggan opened the folding fan and waved it gently. He said with a bright smile, Yo, after meeting Jiang Shangzhen, brother Du Yu's skills have improved. Du Yu said with a sneaky smile, I dare not, Senior Jiang is Senior's friend of the same generation. I am a junior among juniors. I can't compare to him. Chen Pinggan closed his eyes and said with a smile, You are beginning to disgust people again. Du Yu scratched his head. After dawn, the senior asked him to do a strange thing. He went to the shop in Attendant City to buy spring couplets, painted door gods, and the words Chun and Fu. Du Yu was uneasy. He was not afraid that he would be splashed with feces as soon as he went out, but he was afraid that the top immortals like Ancestor Fan and City Lord Yi would pick up a soft persimmon to pinch. They would seize the opportunity to slap him to death and run away. Du Yu did not dare to ask about the senior's trip to Kangyun Lake last night because the senior did not say anything. Du Yu trembled with fear and went to buy things that he had never touched in his life. Not only did he pay the bill, but he also gave some more silver as a reward. Damn it, I am going to be kind to people every day now. If he scared any child on the street, Du Yu wanted to take the initiative to admit his mistake. He returned to the haunted house smoothly. Du Yu stood outside the door, carrying a bag and wiping his sweat. Jiang Hu was dangerous and full of killing intent. Sure enough, it was better to be close to the senior to be at ease. At this moment, everyone Du Yu met on the road was a hidden master. Then the senior took the bag. Without Du Yu's help, he began to post the door god couplets and the spring word and fortune word. When the senior finished posting the last spring word, he raised his head and was speechless. Du Yu suddenly remembered that the senior once said, "A spring breeze once." He also said that this was the best saying in the world and should not be wasted. The two left the haunted house. The senior went to the ruins of the fire god temple. Wherever he went, the people scattered in a hubbub, fearful of jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. At the ruins of the main hall, the senior squatted on the ground and took out 3 incense sticks. After placing the incense sticks on the ground, he smiled and said, "I can't let you do as you wish. I'll just close my eyes and fall asleep. I still want you to come back and worry with me. The next time we meet, after scolding me, don't forget to buy me a drink." Du Yu did not know why the senior said that. Could the god of the fire god temple, who was dead, come back to life? Even if the temple was rebuilt, the local government reshaped the clay statue, and did not remove the mountain and river record for the imperial court of the Silver Screen Kingdom. How many incense sticks and how many pious prayers of the people in Attendant City would be needed to reshape the golden body? The two left Attendant City together. After walking for a few days through the mountains and rivers, one day, that senior who originally no longer wore the bamboo hat and green robes once again took out the bamboo hat and mountain walking staff, carrying that cumbersome large bamboo chest on his back. However, he still wore a snow-white robe. Chen Pingan handed Du Yu 2 pieces of paper. One is called the Young Lantern Lifting Talisman, the other is called the Barrier Breaking Talisman. In the future, when you roam the Jianghu, whether you do good or evil is your own business. But if you encounter some unnecessary things that you can do but not do, such as being a warm-hearted Jianghu swordsman, or being a chi cultivator who slays demons and evils for the people, you can use these 2 talismans. Otherwise, don't be greedy. Even if you learn how to draw talismans, you can still treat them as 2 pieces of waste paper. Can you do it? Think carefully and decide whether to take them or not. If you take them, remember to destroy them after reading them. If you don't take them, just leave. It doesn't matter. Du Yu took the 2 pieces of paper without hesitation. "Senior, don't worry. Like what you said, life, death, fortune, and misfortune are all self-inflicted. I took these 2 pieces of paper today. In the future, when I learn the immortal talisman that you imparted to me, as long as it's not a situation where death is certain and I have the ambition, I, Du Yu, will definitely do it." The man smiled and patted Du Yu's shoulder. "That's pretty good." Du Yu's eyes were brimming with tears. He looked at the figure of the senior gradually disappearing into the distance. Du Yu suddenly asked, "Senior, since you're a sword immortal, why don't you travel on your sword?" The man just held his bamboo hat, waved his hand and continued walking. 508. Huaihuang country was a small country in the north, a barren land. Everyone in the court was poor, to the extent that the king could not send officials to worship the 5 mountain deities on time. Therefore, there was the saying that the officials of the 2 departments of rights and civil affairs did not go up the mountain. Perhaps it was because the imperial court did not respect the 5 mountain deities enough. In addition, the local ancestral temples were sparse and the incense was not abundant. Demons often caused mischief in the countryside of Huaihuang country. Therefore, there were often enlightened masters and eminent monks from other countries who traveled the mountains and rivers to save the people from disaster. It was just that these experts who were quite good at eating had never been able to enter the doors of Huaihuang country's true influential officials. Later on, They simply bypassed the capital to avoid being rebuffed. At the border pass between this Huang country and the Silver Screen country in the south, a white-clothed scholar wearing a bamboo hat handed in a customs clearance document and entered the border city. After strolling around, he sat on a bamboo chest under a market's overpass, nibbling on the scallion pancake he had just bought. He was with the local people and a few traveling merchants who did not do much business, listening to the storyteller narrate some strange stories. The storyteller was old, 70 years old, but unexpectedly, he was full of vigor. When he opened his mouth, his voice could shake the heavens. His spittle was flying everywhere. He said that an extremely ferocious great demon had previously appeared in Buyao Prefecture. It entrenched itself on the mountain top. Once night fell, it would transform into black smoke and sneak into the prefecture city, specializing in abducting young virgins. The authorities simply could not stop it. In the end, an old enlightened master who was invited by the prefectural governor to set up an altar and perform a ritual, summoning a thunder technique. In the middle of the night, when there were few stars, there was suddenly a torrential downpour and thunder. The great demon was hiding on the mountaintop where the miasma overflowed. With a bang, a bolt of lightning struck deep into the mountain. Afterwards, a bold woodcutter followed the commotion into the mountain to take a look. It was actually a large snake as thick as a well that had been struck to death by the bolt of lightning. It was just a pity for those virgins. In the valley, skeletons were everywhere. The listeners all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hair stood on end and a chill ran down their spines. The traveling scholar wearing a snow-white long robe was also startled like the others. Ding, ding, dong, dong. A listener took the lead and tipped the storyteller. Behind him, the others took out their wallets one after another and threw some copper coins into the big white bowl. The storyteller glanced at the harvest in the bowl and stroked his beard with a smile. It was enough to buy 2 pots of wine. In the end, the storyteller went on to say that there were also demons causing trouble in Yuhu County. They were lawless. Unfortunately, the governor of this county was a miser. He had no connections and was unwilling to hire enlightened masters or immortal masters to come down from the mountains to subdue the demons. The people of Yuhu County were really pitiful. They were harassed until they were in a complete mess. Fortunately, although the demons were unscrupulous, their cultivation was not high. They were far inferior to the snake demon of Buyao County that was killed by the heavenly thunder. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. What the people liked was liveliness. There was a man who asked about the origins of the demons in Yuhu County. The storyteller told him tirelessly that there was a white-clothed hanged ghost in the county city who liked to scare the night watchman. He would knock on people's doors in the middle of the night so that no one dared to go out at night. There were also foxes and rabbits that appeared in the deserted tomb. There were often flirtatious women who liked to seduce men and absorb their essence. There was also a group of ferocious and malicious ghosts that chased away the monks in the temple and took over the nest of the magpie. There was also a young girl in green at the ferry who used the river as her residence and stirred up trouble. Some people did not believe him. They said that Silver Screen Country and Huang Country had always been peaceful. They had not seen demons for hundreds of years. Why would they suddenly appear now? Could it be that they were fellows who had nothing better to do and were purposely pretending to be gods and devils to cheat people of their money? The storyteller blew his beard and widened his eyes. He said that he had seen the corpse of the snake demon of Buyao County with his own eyes and the pale face of the green-clothed water ghost at the ferry. The audience sneered and did not believe him. The old man looked around and finally saw the white-clothed scholar who had just finished eating the scallion pancake. He pointed at him and said, "This scholar who traveled far away must have read a lot and is knowledgeable. Ask him if there are demons and demons in this world. Even if you haven't seen a scholar with your own eyes, what you've heard counts." Everyone looked at the young man wearing the bamboo hat. That person shook his head and said, "I've never seen or heard of one." Boos rose from all directions. When the storyteller saw that things were not going well, he quickly put away the big white bowl and packed up his stall. Damn it, there was no good scholar. It was fine if he did not promote money, but he did not even know how to promote a person. One look and one could tell that he had no hope of passing the imperial examinations. Once the stall was packed up, the audience dispersed. The storyteller glared fiercely at the scholar who had traveled far away from home. Chen Pinggan smiled and stood up. He carried the bamboo box on his back. The sword immortal, blade strengthening gourd, and jade bamboo fan had already been placed into the box. He only had the green mountain traversing staff in his hand. Along the way, he had finished refining the mountain traversing staff. At the same time, he hid a few ordinary yellow paper talisman in his sleeve. They were the Yang Qi lamplighting talisman, dust cleansing talisman, and talisman barrier breaking talisman. These were the common introductory talismans from the true alchemy works. Chen Pinggan walked to the old man's side and said, "Old mister, I'll treat you to a drink. Do you want to drink?" The storyteller glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He looked weak and did not look like a bandit. It was just that the road of Jianghu was not easy to travel. Heaven knows if there was a shallow puddle on the road that would cause people to sprain their ankles. So even if he was really hungry, he forced himself to swallow his saliva and refused with a smile, "No need, no need. I appreciate this young master's kindness, but I still have to hurry on my way to pass the border and go to the Yinping kingdom to make a living. The inns in the city charge money like they're slaughtering pigs. Sleeping on the streets will cause trouble. It's better to pass the border and sleep in the wilderness, regardless of heaven or earth." Chen Pinggan said regretfully, "All right, then I won't keep old mister. I'll just treat it as saving a pot of by Shan Lu's fly whisk wine." The old man's eyes lit up. The wine bug in his stomach began to rebel. He immediately changed his expression and looked up at the sky. He laughed and said, looking at the sky, "It's still early. There's no need to rush. Let the Kongfang brothers from the Yinping kingdom wait for a while. Since young master is so generous, I won't refuse. Let's go to Bai Shan Lu. I haven't tasted the fly whisk wine yet. Thanks to young master, I'll have a good pot of it." Chen Pinggan nodded and smiled. "Old mister won't call your disciple along?" The old man was resentful. He turned his head and waved his hand, calling the guy who first threw the money into the bowl to his side. He said in a low voice, "Young master has good eyes." When they arrived at the largest restaurant in the city, the three of them were led to the second floor by the attentive waiter. Chen Pinggan ordered a table of dishes and 3 pots of fly whisk wine. The old man waited until the 3 pots of wine were served before he silently took the pot of fly whisk wine that the scholar had placed beside his disciple. He silently placed it in front of him and smiled. "I forgot to tell young master that my disciple doesn't know how to drink. Young master has spent a lot of money." Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "Then I'll ask the waiter to take away the extra fly whisk wine. It's 2 taels of silver." The old man hurriedly wrapped his arms around the 2 pots of wine. "Young master, don't be like this. How can you take away good wine when it's already on the table? Isn't that the same as asking a beauty to take off her clothes and get on the bed before leaving? You're ruining the mood. How can you do this?" Chen Pinggan opened the mud seal and poured himself a bowl of wine. He asked with a smile, "Old mister, don't tell me you're from the Mengliang kingdom?" The old man shook his head and said, "I'm from the westernmost Qingjing kingdom. I've been a storyteller since the age of 26. I've visited more than half of the dozens of kingdoms. I've been to the Mengliang kingdom once. It's a paradise that's hard to come by in the mortal world. I'm thinking of choosing the Mengliang kingdom as my retirement place. After all, I no longer have any relatives in my hometown and have nothing to worry about. If my disciple works hard and earns real money, after I close my eyes, I can be buried in my hometown." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Then just drink." Chen Pinggan could only tell that the storyteller before him was a third realm Qi refinement warrior. However, this meant that the old man before him was either a wandering cultivator of the lower 5 realms, or his cultivation base was far higher than Yi Yu and Fan Weiran, the 2 paper-thin Jindan cultivators. In the territories of the dozens of kingdoms, other than the 2 masterminds behind the scenes, Yi Yu and Fan Weiran were already worthy of the title of peak cultivators. One day, the spiritual energy at the border of the dozens of kingdoms was rippling like spring thunder. Chen Pinggan sensed it and immediately flew into the sky on his sword. He saw an extremely long golden line suddenly appear on the ground and then burn to ashes. It should be one of the great cultivators who had removed the restriction of the divine ability of the prison. It was most likely the mastermind of the kingdom of Mengliang who had obtained the rare treasure of the escort city. As for the other great cultivator who was only known as Xia Zhen for the time being, he had yet to show up and come looking for trouble. Logically speaking, something was very wrong. Fan Weiran's treasure cave wonderland, Yiyu's Huangyi city, and all the mountains led by the two forces were very likely to be caged birds and fish in ponds raised by this person. There were two possibilities for such great losses. First, even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Xia Zhen was currently waiting for him somewhere. Second, Jiang Shangzhen had secretly cleaned up the mess before he appeared in the escort city. Xia Zhen was either dead or had luckily escaped from danger, but his vitality was greatly damaged and he was unable to deal a fatal blow to Meng Qi. If this storyteller in front of him was really the expert from the kingdom of Mengliang who had specially come to see him, Chen Pinggan couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He would just roll up his sleeves and fight. The old man smiled and said, "Why? Does young master know someone in the kingdom of Mengliang? Is it an irreconcilable enemy or a close friend whom you are worried about? If it's the latter, after I finish my tour of the Silver Screen Kingdom, I will travel to the kingdom of Mengliang with my silly disciple in the future. I can help you pass on a message, but..." The old man smiled and stretched out two fingers and twirled them gently. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "There is no deep enmity and no great resentment. The well water does not interfere with the river water. It's just that I admire the heavenly methods of the expert from the kingdom of Mengliang. He is meticulous and flawless. I really want to sincerely invite him to drink a pot of wine. Anyway, the overall situation is already set. It's just like a game of chess." This expert made the first move back then with great strength. He was steady in the middle game and made so many wonderful moves at the end. However, no one understood and helped to cheer for him. Just like the story you told, if the audience was silent, even if you got a big bowl of copper coins in the end, wouldn't it be a pity? The old man drank a mouthful of wine and said, "Although I don't know what young master is talking about, it sounds reasonable. Then, let's drink." Chen Pinggan picked up the wine bowl and clinked it with the old man's. Then, they both drank. It wasn't only good to drink wine with like-minded people. Amidst the glint of blades and shadows of swords, fighting and scheming against each other and seeing each other as enemies, the murderous aura circulating around the wine table and cups was also cultivation. As for the new phenomenon of the small Huaihuang country in the northern lands, the sudden increase in demons was also related to the flood of spiritual energy that flowed into the territory of more than 10 countries from the outside. Without the existence of the thunder pool that intimidated all things, the demons were naturally excited. It was as if snakes and insects were ready to break out of the ground after a hibernation. However, Chen Pinggan did not intend to fall out with the expert from the kingdom of Mengliang and the cultivator behind the scenes named Xia Zhen for the time being. Above the Aurus core stage, the nascent soul stage was still manageable. If he couldn't win, he could still run. However, as long as there was one in the pure Jade realm, there was no need for both of them to be pure Jade realm cultivators. It would be a huge problem for him. Chen Pinggan did not have the right time, place, and people. If the other party really wanted to kill him at all costs, with the temperament of the North Continent cultivators, they would definitely not hesitate. In the North Continent where sword immortals were xenophobic, there were more than 1 or 2 foreign cultivators who had background and backing who had suddenly died. Otherwise, if Chen Pinggan was ruthless, he could have used the Saint's Jade token to keep the spiritual energy flowing upstream like a tide. However, if he used the token across the continent that made Liu Laocheng fearful at the calligraphy lake, it would be a different scene if he used it in the North Continent. It would be a taboo and it might even cause the entire continent's academy to be disgusted and hold him accountable. Of the two people behind the scenes, compared to Xia Zhen, Chen Pinggan was more fearful of the great cultivator who was involved with the kingdom of Mengliang. He schemed and planned carefully. There was no need for that person to do anything. He only needed to send 2 of his subordinates to obtain the precious treasure of Escort City. In the end, if he had not broken through the formation at the Dragon Palace of Tsungyun Lake, that golden body martial artist who deliberately acted like a grandson among the chi cultivators of Mengliang Peak would definitely have continued to hide. If he saw Du Yu, he would have a rough idea of the situation at the Ghost Hatchet Palace. If he saw the Shaoxi Canal Master and the Lady of Algae Canal, he would have a rough idea of the local conditions and customs of Tsungyun Lake. If he saw Yang Qing, he would have a rough idea of the Treasure Cave Wonderland. If he saw He Lu, he would know the style of Huangmang City. Of course, there would be errors. However, as long as he spent time together and saw more cultivators, he would be closer to the truth. That what if would become smaller and smaller. Sometimes, he would even be able to see the whole picture. This was referring to the city god of Escort City, Fan Weiran, and Yi Ju. Because they were the heads of their families, the style of their families was often decided by them. One looked up and the other looked down. The two added together were like the two ends of a vein. Once someone picked up the two ends, it would be difficult to escape even if one were to lie low for thousands of miles. The ways of the world were complicated. If one wanted to live an easier life, one could either cover one's head with a blanket and only live by oneself. One could accept the hardships and happiness of one's life, or one could only see and think more. The latter, on the other hand, required mental and physical effort. There was always a higher mountain. Even if it was the saints who were overseeing the small world, as if they were the gods, as long as they walked out of their own small world, they would still have to look at the many veins and complicated rules of the world. Being reasonable might not be useful. Knowing the rules was definitely not a bad thing. Was the Lord of the Lake, Yin Hu, reasonable? However, he knew how to find out the rules of others and grasped Chen Pingan's way of doing things. Therefore, on Kangyun Lake, dark clouds covered the area. Chen Pingan did not dare to kill him. He was afraid that the lake, 3 rivers, and 2 canals would flood and bring disaster to countless innocent people. Within the Dragon Palace, he was no less deserving of death than Yi Ju and Fan Weiran. However, he took the initiative to promise that he would be willing to protect the people in the area in the future, repair the fate of the mountains and rivers, and make up for his mistakes. Therefore, the white-clothed sword Immortal's fist and sword did not land on his head. Then, the storyteller and his disciple wolfed down the food. Chen Pingan only slowly drank the wine in his bowl and did not move his chopsticks. The storyteller burped and said with a smile, "Young master, you didn't even move your chopsticks and only drank. Are you not hungry at all?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Indeed, I'm not hungry. Besides, I think this meal should belong to old mister." The old man said helplessly, "Young master's words are like a bald donkey talking about Zen. It's confusing." Chen Pingan asked, "Old mister, when will you pass and go to the Silver Screen Nation?" The old man smiled and said, "I'm leaving now. I've eaten and drunk my fill. By the way, I've learned some fortune-telling. Since young master has treated me to such a meal, why don't I read your fortune for you?" "Don't worry, young master, I won't take any money." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, old mister." The old man took out a few copper coins from his sleeve and casually threw them on the table. He stroked his beard and remained silent. Chen Pingan smiled and did not say anything. The old man gently moved the copper coins on the table with his fingers and frowned. "Young master is kind and is a person with great fortune. However, you must be careful. A blessed person will not land in a place without fortune. The old saying is never empty words. Those who listen should not make sweeping remarks. I think young master can go anywhere in your journey north to Huaihuang country. The only place you can't go is Mount Buhuan, which is over 100 miles away. To young master, that is a place without fortune. There might not be much danger there, but if you really encounter evil spirits blocking your path, new problems will arise. It won't be good in the end." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "All right, I'll listen to old mister and take a detour around Mount Buhuan." The old man raised his head and smiled. "Young master, do you really believe it?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Old mister says old words, how can I not believe it? Anyway, I'm traveling Huaihuang country. It's nothing to take a detour." The old man stood up and sighed in admiration. Then I won't disturb young master any longer. I'll leave first and quickly come out of seclusion. It's always unnerving to reveal the secrets of heaven when it comes to fortune-telling. Chen Pinggan nodded. After I finish this pot of wine, I'll also take a detour north. I won't go to Mount Buhuan to look for trouble. The old man brought his wooden disciple and left House Jade Mountain. Chen Pinggan finished the pot of the local specialty, fly brush wine. When he went downstairs to pay the bill, he was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and shook his head. He paid a total of 20 taels of silver, including the wine and dishes. As it turned out, when the storyteller went downstairs, he secretly took away 2 pots of House Jade Mountain's treasure, the 20-year-old wine, saying that a friend sitting upstairs would help him pay the bill. Chen Pinggan did not pay too much attention to it because there was no need to guess this person's identity. It saved him one worry: he did not need to be distracted and delay his cultivation. Paying a dozen taels of silver was still worth it. In the end, Chen Pinggan really did take a detour around Mount Buhuan. There were many waterfalls on the mountain. It was originally a scenic place for sightseeing. In Mount Buhuan, in a pavilion halfway up the mountain for people to rest, a young man with a green jade belt around his waist had an ashen face. Beside him were Yi Ju, Fan Wei Iran, and a woman from the treasure cave Immortal Realm. It was Xie Zhen, who had luckily escaped death. Xie Zhen roared, "Old thing, why did you ruin my plans? I already told you clearly that I've already sent a letter to the Great Sword Immortal in the central region. This person is Jiang Shangzhen's partner. Even if Jiang Shangzhen is hiding in the dark, he will still be scared witless and cower. You scared away the bait this time. Once the Great Sword Immortal gets angry, do you really think that you've already refined the innate sword pill and ascended to the upper 5 realms? Are you stupid? I've already sworn that the half-immortal weapon will be yours. I only want the rest of the items on him. Are you still not satisfied? Do you want both of us to get nothing?" On a mountain top in the distance, an old man in a scholarly robe smiled. A storyteller and a young man with a wooden expression appeared beside him. Then, their figures overlapped and turned into one person. It should be the Yang God True Body and the Yin God True Body traveling together. The old man laughed. "Don't use these empty words to scare me. With that Great Sword Immortal's temper, even if he received the secret letter, he wouldn't do such a thing. Fishing. Do you really think that this is a small matter in these dozen countries? Do you need to waste so much effort?" The old man was the imperial tutor of the country of Dream Liang. He pinched a messenger flying sword with 2 fingers and gently shattered it. "Moreover, that Great Sword Immortal didn't receive your secret letter." Xie Zhen's face was gloomy. He was so angry that he laughed. "Are you planning to make me, Xie Zhen, your enemy?" The old imperial tutor smiled and said, "The spiritual energy in these dozen countries has increased by a lot. It's not a good place, but it's not a bad place either. You and I have been neighbors for many years. You are famous for being difficult to deal with. Although you have hurt your great Tao foundation, I still can't kill you. It's even harder for you to kill me. We are competing to see who can reach the upper 5 realms first. So, why should I watch you send a message to that Great Sword Immortal's residence in the central region? If that Great Sword Immortal really hates Jiang Shangzhen to the core and is willing to lower himself to attack a small sword cultivator, you will have such a big thigh to rely on. If that Great Sword Immortal remembers your friendship, I will reach the unpolished Jade Realm in the future. Xie Zhen, it's a pity that you are flustered and exasperated. You have slowed down the speed at which you devoured the spiritual energy at the border. You have to bring your 3 lackeys to this mountain Bun Mountain. The mountain shifting array that you spent 20 years setting up meticulously seems to be useless in the end." Xie Zhen sneered and said, "Aren't you here?" The old man pretended to be enlightened and said, "That's right. I just don't know if this sword pill embryo of mine that I have refined will have a stronger killing power or a greater power against your mountain shifting array. There will be a battle between you and me sooner or later. Bringing it forward will save us a lot of trouble. Things are different now. You are strong and I am weak. What goes around comes around." Xie Zhen, Can't you see the situation clearly? The imperial tutor smiled and shook his head. It's not that I am looking down on you, Xie Zhen. This talisman array can indeed injure him, but it might not be able to trap him. I am helping you rein in the horse that was about to fall off the cliff. Xie Zhen, you shouldn't treat my good intentions as ill intent. Relying on a secret letter that you don't know if it will disappear into the sea, you dared to play some sort of suicidal game with that Jiang Shangzhen. In order to prevent you from catching any clues, I might not be as well informed as you, but I know a lot more than you, Xie Zhen, about some of the things that happened in the past hundreds of years. If you had sent the secret letter to that great sword immortal in the north, I would not have intercepted this flying sword. The old man held back his laughter and looked at Xie Zhen. His eyes were filled with ridicule and pity. Because that is a male sword immortal. His beloved daughter was harmed by Jiang Shangzhen and delayed her great Dao. Naturally, he would spare no effort to kill Jiang Shangzhen. However, the one you sent the letter to is a woman. It seems that you are not aware of the grudges between her and Jiang Shangzhen. What she resents is not that she regrets being infatuated with Jiang Shangzhen like the rumors say. Instead, she hates him for falling in love with someone else and flirting with other women. If she really met Jiang Shangzhen and spouted some nonsense to bewitch him, wouldn't she be afraid that the female sword immortal would turn around and reward you and me with a sword each? That is why you, Xie Zhen, are not a good ally. If that young man's Dao attainment was higher and he was also a nascent soul cultivator like us, I might have joined forces with him to kill you. As for now, there is no point in saying anything more. I will not fight you to the death. I will exhaust my Dao attainment and allow you to slowly absorb the spiritual qi to recover. According to my divination technique, your nascent soul bottleneck should be 60 years later than mine. Now it seems like your Dao heart is actually still unstable. At our level, if you still act like a wild cultivator who took advantage of everything in the past, then you'll suffer greatly. Xie Zhen's pavilion was instantly reduced to dust. Yi Yu, Fan Wei Ran, and the second ancestor of the treasure cave immortal realm were all forced out. They hovered in the air with panicked looks on their faces. The old man turned a blind eye to it. In any case, you and I are allies. I concealed my identity in the country of Dream Liang. Although I did have some ulterior motives in the beginning, the experience of the mortal world did indeed benefit my Dao heart. Thus, I was able to suppress you in every aspect and always earned more than you. Do you really think it was just a scheme? No. I was the one who grasped the opportunity to reach the nascent soul unification stage before you, Xie Zhen. If Jiang Shangzhen was really that person's good friend, why would he purposely leave behind any future troubles? He must have foreseen further than you and I. He calculated that today would happen. Aren't you afraid? I am afraid because this is an open scheme. I am willing to step into the trap and ruin your plans. I will establish my own sect in the future and take action to conquer more than 10 countries. To you, Xie Zhen, this is naturally a scheme. One scheme after another, and every time, it will be for naught. I even suspect that this flying messenger sword that I intercepted was purposely left for me by Jiang Shangzhen. Xie Zhen retracted his aura and smiled. You ruined my plans and even messed up my state of mind. You old bastard, you really have a good plan. The old man sighed. Xie Zhen, truth and falsehood, good and bad. Regardless of my original intentions, I will not purposely stop you from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, I have already taken one step ahead. No, it should be 2 steps ahead. Therefore, when I break through to the upper 5 realms in the future, I will give you another choice. Do you want to escape from this place and continue to be a nomadic wild cultivator, or do you want to become my sect's chief consecrator? Then, you and I will no longer have to fight over this land and the great Tao. If we can share both honor and disgrace and be related to each other, wouldn't it be a good story for the North Continent since we are both spurned wild cultivators? Xie Zhen remained silent. He raised his head and stared at the old man standing at the peak of the mountain. In the end, Xie Zhen smiled and asked, "Did you have such a big appetite from the beginning to rope me in to become your sect's consecrator?" The old man shook his head and said, "Under the upper 5 realms, even if you are the so-called Earth Immortal, everyone will still go with the flow. After I obtained the merit rare treasure, my state of mind is now perfect, so I have such a vision. Therefore, after Jiang Shangzhen injured you, he did not have the thought of beating a drowning dog. Otherwise, since I intercepted the flying sword, how could I watch you stay in this Mount Bun without leaving? Exchanging injury for injury, eliminating the root of the problem. Which wild cultivator would not do that? Xie Zhen's hands pressed down on the slumbering horned green snake, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Then, have you ever thought that I have more than one flying messenger sword? The one you intercepted was just a smoke screen. Did I purposely let you catch it? Why don't you calculate that when Jiang Shangzhen returned from the south and appeared at Mount Bun with me, did I calculate that he and the sword immortal of the north would appear together? The old man sighed. That's all I have to say. If you want to gamble, then so be it. You, Xie Zhen, have already gambled until your eyes are red. There's no point in saying anything more. Xie Zhen grinned. Yes, I have already gambled until my eyes are red. If you continue to stand here and talk, then don't blame me for slowing down your refinement of the sword pill even if I have to risk getting injured again. The old man waved his hand. Forget it. Just treat it as one less unpolished jade consecrator for my sect in the future. Xie Zhen waved his sleeves and said sternly, Old dog, get lost. Seeing you annoys me. The old man dismissed him with a smile and his figure disappeared. Xie Zhen stood in the ruins of the pavilion like a caged beast. He walked around in circles and then waved his hands. Dozens of mountains, including Mount Bun, rose into the air as if their roots had been cut by a knife. Xie Zhen controlled the mountain-moving formation. The peaks of the mountains pointed to the ground and hovered upside down before smashing into the ground one after another. Every time they smashed into the nearby mountains and rivers, dust would rise up and cover the sky. The power of every mountain smashing into the ground was astonishing, killing power between Jindan and Yuanying. It was a pity that this mountain-moving formation was an inanimate object. It took too much time and couldn't be moved away. That young sword immortal who deserved to be cut into pieces had alerted the old bastard and didn't enter Mount Bun. The majestic mountain-moving formation had become a joke and a decoration that Xie Zhen used to vent his anger on. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, everyone could feel the astonishing sounds of a cow flipping its back. Yi Jin and the other two felt their heartstrings tighten. Xie Zhen was going to uproot the Mount Bun under his feet and drive it into the sea of clouds before smashing it down. However, Xie Zhen frowned. On the ridge road, 2 people walked down. To be precise, 3 people. A man and a woman who looked like Dao companions stood side by side, chatting and laughing. The woman was holding an infant in her hands with a gentle gaze. An extremely long snow-white sword hung from the woman's waist. Xie Zhen already had a headache. As for the man, he sent chills down Xie Zhen's spine. The man complained, Hey, you're disturbing me and Sister Ji's child. You'll have to make funny faces for a while before you stop. Xie Zhen was really in despair this time. The woman that the man nicknamed Sister Ji. If she was really the one he guessed, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he risked his life. In the central region of the North Continent, there was a female sword immortal named Li Cai. Her intrinsic flying sword was called Snowflake. Her sword was called Frost Flood Dragon. She was one of the sword immortals who didn't go to Mount Bun with him and was still in the North Continent. To show her respect, the sword immortal was called the Great Sword Immortal. It sounded far-fetched. However, that killing power was real and real. Every sword immortal of the upper 5 realms in the North Continent was a true sword immortal. Cultivators of the pure jade realm, such as the one from the Qianglin sect, were not challenged even by nascent soul sword cultivators. Even if they won, it would be embarrassing. However, if a new sword immortal entered the jade unpolished realm, he would have to fight a few rounds with other sword immortals. If he died, it would naturally be because of his bad luck. If he dared to stand out and take on the title of Sword Immortal, then so be it. However, if he didn't die, he would be qualified to stand tall in the North Continent. Xie Zhen gritted his teeth and faced the mountain path. He bowed and said, Greetings, Great Sword Immortal Li. Greetings, Senior Jiang. Jiang Shangzhen smiled mischievously. Oh, now you know to call me senior. The woman frowned and said, if you weren't tactful enough to send a flying sword message to inform me, you would already be dead. You wild cultivator, don't you know etiquette? Change the order. Xie Zhen's head almost exploded on the spot. He said in a trembling voice, greetings, Senior Jiang. Greetings, Great Sword Immortal Li. Jiang Shangzhen patted the Sword Immortal's arm. Don't be like this. Don't you know what kind of person Jiang Lang is? I've never minded such empty formalities. The woman snorted and said, I'll deal with you later. I didn't agree to go to the Bookslip Lake to help you show off your power. Jiang Shangzhen's expression was calm. He bent down and lifted a corner of the swaddling clothes. He smiled gently and said, little girl, your new mother is angry. Grow up quickly and learn how to speak. Then, you can help your father. The woman's lips curled up, but she suppressed it. Poor Xie Zhen was about to go crazy. Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and looked at Xie Zhen. You're just like me back then. You can fight and run, which is rare and commendable. That's why I spared you half of your life. I thought that as long as I met Sister Qiong, you would be a little more peaceful when we head south together, and I wouldn't be too calculative with you. Unfortunately, you're half as good at running as I was back then, but your brain is a mess. That Mengliang country's state preceptor told you so many honest things, and he spoke as if you were his own son, but you didn't even listen to a single word he said. I, Jiang Shangzhen, have seen many people in your North Continent who begged for death and helped me fulfill their wishes. However, it's really rare to see someone like you who begged for death in such a way. Xie Zhen said in a low voice, Senior Jiang, please give me one more chance. This is the last time. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, that great sword immortal in the north was really lured over by you. However, we were of one mind and fought against the enemy together. It wasn't easy for us to beat them back. Near the great blasphemy river in the middle, there was a huge riverbed and a huge hole. Now, there should be a huge lake. Don't you think it was fun? It must have been hard on him. A sword immortal had to be so stubborn as to hide his identity in order to kill me. Fortunately, Sister Qiong was familiar with his sword intent. Otherwise, I, Jiang Shangzhen, would not have kept an arm or a leg. In your North Continent, that sword immortal should have killed himself by smashing his head against a tofu block. Xie Zhen, you really don't know when to stop. Take it that I'm scared of you, all right? Master Xie Zhen, I beg you. Will you hit me? Xie Zhen didn't hesitate anymore. There was no way he could be kind. There was a loud bang. Hundreds and thousands of Xie Zhens appeared from his real body. They either rode the wind, ran, or burrowed into the ground. As long as he could escape, he could live. This kind of mystic technique had a huge price. Even if it made him more injured, it was still better than being killed by two Upper Five Realms cultivators. Jiang Shangzhen said in surprise, it wasn't like this last time. Good fellow, you're really worthy of being an immortal in the eyes of these ants. You scared me to death. The female sword immortal beside Jiang Shangzhen twitched the corner of her mouth. She pressed her palm against the hilt of her sword. After a soft hum, the sword was still sheathed. Snow-white sword chi rolled over from all directions on Mount Bun. Some were straight, some were winding, and some were floating. In an instant, the world fell silent. Jiang Shangzhen stretched out his hand and grabbed a golden core and a small person the size of a grain of rice. He kept them in his heaven and earth microcosm. Then, he grabbed the dispirited horned green snake on the ground and kept it in his sleeve. He said in annoyance, so annoying. I have to earn money and get treasures again. The female sword immortal glared at him. Jiang Shangzhen looked at the infant in her arms and softly called out the name he had just given her. He smiled and said, it's fine, it's fine. I'll give it to this little girl as her dowry. Li Cai looked at the three people who were an eyesore and asked impatiently, what do these three frogs at the bottom of the well say? Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the three of them. The three of them were already kneeling in the air. Xie Zhen was an immortal at the peak of the mountain in their hearts. He died in the blink of an eye. Jiang Shangzhen's movements were gentle. He patted the woman's sleeve and said, Why don't we just let it go? In front of our daughter. As he spoke, a willow leaf instantly passed through Yi Yu and Fan Weiran's foreheads and finally entered Jiang Shangzhen's body. He smiled and said, "Anyway, the little girl is sleeping. She can't see." The corpses of the 2 golden core cultivators fell to the foot of Mount Bun. Jiang Shangzhen did not even look at them. Was it worth it for me, Jiang Shangzhen, to bend over and help them with their tattered belongings? Hindering me from earning big bucks? Only the last treasure cave Immortal Realm 2nd Grandmaster was left. She was a Dragon Gate cultivator who looked like a woman. Her body was still trembling and she lay on the ground. The 2 of them began to travel south. Li Cai was used to this and was not surprised at all. If not for this man with a glib tongue beside her back then, she would have died long ago at the Golden Core bottleneck. Jiang Shangzhen had lost half his life that time. This was one of the few loss-making deals that Jiang Shangzhen had made during his trip to the North Continent. However, she still did not know why he had done so. It was true that he had liked her back then, but it was just like how he liked other beautiful women. Perhaps he liked her a little more, but there was no reason for him to risk his life for her. All these years, she had always wanted to know the answer. She had even specially made a trip to the Tongyi continent. However, she did not meet Jiang Shangzhen at that time. The old sect master of the Jade Gui sect, Zun Yuan, said that Jiang Shangzhen had gone to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land and would not be returning for the time being. The old sect master even helped her scold Jiang Shangzhen, saying that such a heartless bastard deserved to die in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. He said that Miss Shue's eyes were dirty from looking at him too much. He deserved the chaos in the Blessed Land and almost died there. However, Li Cai also knew that the old sect master was still on Jiang Shangzhen's side. He beat around the bush and told her many things about herself, obviously hoping that she would not give up on Jiang Shangzhen. However, after reuniting with Jiang Shangzhen, Li Cai, who was now a female sword immortal in the central region of the North Continent, did not want to know the answer. Li Cai turned to look at him and asked, "Aren't you going to say hello?" Jiang Shangzhen shook his head and said, "I have too much to do with He Xiaoliang. Besides, you're by my side. I'm not afraid of trouble, but you're a cultivator here. I can't possibly implicate you." Li Cai smiled slightly. She suddenly frowned and asked, "I saw the heavenly tribulation in the escort city. Even the weaker nascent soul cultivators would be in big trouble. How did you block it?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "What else can I do? I just risked my life. As long as you're sincere, you have to believe occasionally. Man proposes, God disposes. Geography is not as good as heaven's law." That person who pretended to be the imperial tutor of the country of Mengliang did manage to scratch the surface. It's not easy to pry into the heavens in the nascent soul realm, so naturally, his future is brighter than Xia Zhen's. Li Cai nodded and agreed. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly said, "I heard that you took in an excellent female disciple. Now, she even has a chance to enter the top 10 in the next batch." Li Cai had a strange expression. Jiang Shangzhen rolled his eyes and said, "What are you worried about? A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its nest. I only like one person on the mountain. This is the reason why I, Jiang Shangzhen, am as fast as the wind and as steady as a pine tree." Li Cai's face was as cold as ice. She asked, "Then why are you asking this?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "I'm afraid that she will repeat the same mistakes. I learned from my master and fell in love with a good man that can't be bought with money." Li Cai shook her head. "That disciple of mine has a firm Dao heart that surpasses mine in the past. She will never like anyone in her life. The saying that a good woman is afraid of a pestering man won't work on my disciple." Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "You're wrong. I'm afraid that she will pester that good brother of mine." Li Cai sneered. Jiang Shangzhen smiled mischievously and said, "Big sister Li, let's make a bet. If I lose, I'll be at your mercy. But if you lose, will you be the nominal exalted elder of my new sect at Bookslip Lake?" Li Cai nodded. "Sure." Jiang Shangzhen's expression was strange. "My gambling skills and luck, Big Sister Li has personally experienced it before. Why are you so straightforward this time?" Li Cai smiled and said, "My disciple needs to be in closed-door cultivation for 30 years. Can that young man wander around North Continent for 30 years? Jiang Shangzhen extended his hand and grabbed onto the female sword immortal's sleeve. "Good sister, can you let me off this time?" Li Cai's expression was desolate. She asked, "Can't you only like one person?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled. "Wait until the day big sister Li is one realm higher than me." Li Cai sighed. She used her heart sword to cut off some ripples. Then, she went with Jiang Shangzhen to the skeleton beach. They took the hemp sect's ferry to Aquarius Continent. It was said that the bastard beside her was going to a place called Luopo Mountain in Dalilongquan County. With the identity of nascent soul realm Ju Fei, he was going to ask for the title of Exalted Elder. Hearing his tone, it seemed like he might not succeed. Li Cai turned to look at Jiang Shangzhen, who was deep in thought. When he smiled and talked to others, he was asking for a beating. When he was not smiling, he was very serious. It was a pity that the only woman he could not let go of in his life was actually an ordinary woman at the foot of the mountain. And he never touched her. He only watched her get married and have children. Her beauty grew old, her hair turned white, and she passed away peacefully. Li Cai hesitated for a while. "Jiang Shangzhen, if you meet the same woman again, will you still like her?" Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. "Of course not." Li Cai was puzzled. Jiang Shangzhen said slowly, "The first meeting in life, the beauty of a young lady in the mountains, the majestic mountains and rivers, the immortals in the clouds, the sun and the moon in the sky, compared to the many similar scenes in the future, it is definitely a different scenery. It is not necessarily how beautiful the first meeting is, but that feeling lingers in the heart, and is hard to forget even after 1,000 years." Jiang Shangzhen smiled again. He turned his head. "Just like the first time I met Big Sister Li, wearing socks and walking on fragrant steps, holding gold-threaded shoes." Li Cai was embarrassed and annoyed. "Shut your dog mouth." Jiang Shangzhen said gently, "My wife, don't be shy, your husband's heart is in a mess." Huaihuang Country's Yuhu County. The county's city gate was pasted with many notices from the government and wealthy families. They were all about inviting masters to perform rituals in their homes. At the end, most of the notices mentioned that there would be a generous reward. As for the specific amount of silver, not a word was mentioned. Chen Pinggan carefully read the notices under the wall. It seemed that the county was quite chaotic both inside and outside. After buying some dry rations and other items in the county, Chen Pinggan settled down in an inn that night. Under the night sky, he sat on the roof ridge and drank quietly. As expected, on the streets of the county late at night, there was a snow-white figure flying around. Her tongue was sticking out, and her face was distorted. Her feet were off the ground, and she floated around. However, her evil spirit was weak. As long as it was a house with a door god, she would not go there, regardless of whether it was nurtured by spiritual aura. Now, the county's night watchman had been replaced by 2 bold young men with strong yang qi. The government had specially rewarded them with a sum of money, enough to buy 2 jugs of wine a day. The ghost in white wanted to get close to them several times, but as soon as she got close, she would be pushed back by the invisible yang qi. After hitting a wall a few times, she would leave resentfully. She would go to some poor families in the marketplace to scratch the wooden door and courtyard walls. Some people who were deep in sleep were snoring like thunder, but they could not hear anything outside. Only those who were light sleepers were so scared that they trembled, causing her to giggle. Chen Pinggan saw that the ghost did not really enter the house to harm people, so he pretended that he did not see anything. He lay on the eaves and crossed his legs. He took out a folding fan and gently waved it in the wind. The most frightening thing was that the vanes were stretched out, and the 2 ends could not be seen clearly. Once it reached the blue sky and the yellow spring, there would be past and future lives, and the height, front and back, would be uncertain. The most frightening thing was that the branches on the vanes would intertwine, and countless thin veins would branch out. Good and evil would be blurred and intertwined, creating a mess. Especially when the veins were stretched out, it would be nothing more than a matter of fact. The further one looked, the the more difficult it would be to see. Just like the ghost who scared people and disturbed people, it was not wrong for any cultivator to kill her. It was also reasonable to accumulate good karma. However, if one looked a little further, the ordinary people around Yuhu County knew that there were ghosts between heaven and earth. In the future, when they wanted to do evil, wouldn't they have to consider the saying that good and evil would be repaid, and that the world was reincarnated? The ghost wandered at night. As long as she did not really harm people, how would one judge whether she was right or wrong? Or why did she hang herself to death? What kind of injustice did she suffer to be able to persist and become a ghost? Chen Pingan closed his eyes and slept all the way until dawn. Nowadays, cultivation was everywhere. Therefore, it did not matter how he traveled or how fast he traveled. Early in the morning, when Chen Pingan left the city, he saw a group of 4 people casually taking down a notice from the government. It seemed like they were going to find trouble with the ghosts who stole the temple. Chen Pingan was a little puzzled. The 4 people were 2 women and 2 men. Their clothes were not bright. They were not pretending to be poor, but they were really not rich. The oldest was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a second-realm martial artist. The young man should be his disciple, and could barely be considered a pure martial artist. As for the 2 women, they looked like sisters. They were also chi cultivators who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. The spiritual energy in their chi dwellings was so thin that it was almost negligible. If the great cultivator of Dream Liang who disguised himself as a storyteller was able to make Chen Pingan see through his cultivation of a second-realm chi cultivator, it was actually due to the atmosphere that caused him to be wary. The 4 men and women in front of him were really shallow in their cultivation. It was probably not difficult to deal with the white-clothed female ghost who was floating in the city. However, the temple outside the city was obviously full of ghosts. Moreover, they dared to occupy a temple that was originally quite popular with incense offerings and expelled all the monks. The 4 of them should be very difficult to deal with. If they were not careful and did not have any trump cards to protect their lives, they might even be wrapped up like dumplings in the temple. Chen Pingan thought for a moment and decided not to leave the city. He listened to the whispers of the 4 people, who thought that no one could hear them, about how they would first go to the shops in the city to buy more yellow paper to draw more talismans and grind the gold ingot into gold powder. A young girl, whose cheeks were red from the cold, even said that it would be best to ask for a deposit from the government. Then, through the official documents of the county chief, they could go to the city god temple and the civil and martial temple to borrow a few incense items. This way, their chances of success would be greater, and their trip to Jinjuo Temple would be more secure. The youth grumbled and asked why they did not subdue the fox spirits and rabbit spirits. The 2 rewards from the government and the rich family would definitely be easier to earn and the risk would not be great. The slender, middle-aged woman softly explained to the youth that once the ghosts of Jinjuo Temple knew of their whereabouts, they would only be more vigilant and it would be even harder to succeed. Chen Pingan listened to the tone of their conversation. They were very serious and did not seem relaxed at all. It was not like the heroic spirit of the man who took down the notice. Chen Pingan left the city and went to Jinjuo Temple that was 30 li away from the city. Then, he stopped at a roadside pavilion about 7 or 8 li away from Jinjuo Temple. He rested there and waited. Outside the pavilion was the gurgling stream by the mountain. He waited until noon before he saw the figures of the 4 people. Chen Pingan did not wait for them to come closer and began to walk towards Jinjuo Temple. He carried the bamboo box on his back and held the mountain walking staff in his hand. He slowed down his pace like a weak scholar walking with difficulty. The 4 of them quickly caught up with the white-robed scholar. When they brushed past each other, the man in the lead held a large incense tube in his hand. He glanced at the person and quickly retracted his gaze. The seemingly simple and honest young man grinned, and the scholar smiled back at him. The young man smiled even harder. Even though he had already turned his head away, he did not immediately close his mouth. The older woman frowned but did not speak. Her younger sister wanted to speak, but she grabbed her sleeve and signaled for her sister not to be nosy. The young girl dropped the subject. However, after the girl with 2 naturally blushed cheeks walked a few steps, she could not help but turn her head and ask with a smile, You scholar, are you going to Jinjuo Temple to burn incense? Don't you know that all the people in Yuhu County are not going? Are you going to be the first to burn incense? The scholar wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. He smiled and said, I just came to Yuhu County. I have a friend who is familiar with the monks of Jinjuo Temple. He said that he can stay there and study. It's peaceful and doesn't cost any money. The young girl was about to speak when her sister pinched her arm. The pain caused her face to scrunch up. She turned her head and whispered, Sister, it's broad daylight. There won't be any ghosts from the temple nearby to spy on us. If this scholar follows us to Jinjuo Temple and we fight with the ghosts, should we save him or not? Wouldn't that be harder? Anyway, if we don't save him, even if we kill the demons and earn money, my conscience won't be able to live with it. I want to inform him so that he won't throw away his life in vain. Of all the places to study, he just had to go to the ghost cave. Seriously, with his terrible luck, I can tell that he won't be able to pass the imperial examinations. Her elder sister sighed and flicked the girl's forehead with her finger. Speak as little as possible. Since you've stopped the scholar, you can't be willful anymore. You have to listen to me on this trip to Jinjuo Temple. The young girl was overjoyed. She slowed down her pace and walked side by side with the scholar. They were getting further and further away from the three people in front of them. The young girl's first sentence was very clever. Scholar, are you married? What do you think of my sister's appearance? The scholar who was traveling abroad laughed and said, Miss, please don't joke around. The young girl suddenly laughed. I'm just teasing you. Then the young girl put on a serious face. What's next is not a joke. Jinjuo Temple is very dangerous now. A large group of evil spirits appeared out of nowhere and chased away the monks in the twilight. Even an abbot who knew a little about Buddhism died on the spot. There were also many monks and pilgrims who couldn't escape in time. They have occupied the temple and will eat people. So you don't have to go. There's not a single bald monk in the temple right now. I'm really not trying to scare you. If you don't believe me, you can go to the county capital and ask around. If I'm lying to you, you'll just have wasted your trip. But if I'm not lying to you, won't you die in vain in a foreign land? How will you pass the imperial examinations and bring honor to your family? The scholar asked. Then how will you burn incense? The young girl stomped her foot. Can't you see that we're capable people who can subdue demons? The scholar was stunned for a moment and laughed. How can there be demons and ghosts in this world? Miss, don't lie to me. The young girl and the man in front looked at each other and shook their heads. The young boy even twitched the corner of his mouth. Only the young girl with red cheeks was a little anxious. My sister said that you scholars are stubborn and it's hard to change your mind. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll knock you out with one punch and then leave you at the pavilion. But this is also dangerous. If one or two ghosts escape at night and they smell humans, you'll still die. You stupid goose who has studied too much, hurry up and leave. The scholar said foolishly, I'm starving now and I don't have enough money. I really can't make a trip back to the county capital. I'll take a look outside Jinjuo Temple. If there's really no pilgrims or monks, I'll immediately turn around and leave. The young girl sighed. My sister said that those ghosts with high cultivation can use their supernatural powers to cover the sky with evil spirits and black clouds to hide the sun. How will you run then? The young girl shouted to the front, Sister, I'd better bring this stupid goose back to the county capital first. If worst comes to worst, I'll run faster and definitely reach Jinjuo Temple before nightfall. Her sister angrily said, We chose the time in advance because we were worried that the ghosts in the temple would appear during the day, so we put as many talismans as possible. Once that group of evil spirits and fierce ghosts can control the dark clouds to envelop the temple, without you, what are we going to do? Do you want to collect our corpses after this? Have you forgotten about the previous incident? Oh, the young girl replied unhappily. She hung her head dejectedly and said to the scholar, Scholar, let's go. We don't know each other, so there's no need for me to make fun of you. I won't deliberately lie to you that there are ghosts in Jinjuo Temple. However, the scholar made her so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. He actually insisted on going to the entrance of Jinjuo Temple to take a look. She wanted to reach out and punch him. His kindness was treated as ill intent, but she couldn't just watch him throw away his life. Unexpectedly, the bookworm took a step back. "Miss, don't hit people. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. If I knock you out and leave you alone in the pavilion, and someone steals my bamboo box, will you compensate me?" The young girl turned around and quickly followed her sister. She raised her hand and wiped her face. She felt that there was such a heartless person in the world. She was about to die from sadness. However, she couldn't help but turn around to look. That guy was really following. Just as she was hesitating whether or not she should give him a black fist, he actually stood still and did not move forward. He was not smart when he should be smart, but he was not stupid when he should be stupid. The young girl was about to scold him, but her sister had already grabbed her arm. "Stop fooling around." The young girl lowered her head. Chen Pinggan smiled knowingly. It seemed that he had disappointed a good person. He continued to slowly follow behind, and the distance between them increased. The young girl wanted to turn around, but her sister angrily reprimanded her. "You'll only be happy if you kill us, right? Aren't you afraid that person is actually an accomplice of evil spirits?" The young girl finally stopped turning around. She walked with her head down, stepping on a small stone. Her sister sighed. "With your personality, you'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. Have we seen good intentions being repaid with evil spirits along the way?" The young girl made a no sound and didn't refute. In the distance, the white-robed scholar was bored to death. He used his walking stick to move the stones back to their original positions and smiled. "Is that really the case?" As they approached Jinjuo Temple, the young girl secretly turned her head. The mountain road twisted and turned, and she couldn't see the scholar's figure anymore. The four of them walked for another mile before their vision suddenly opened up. The young girl said with a serious expression, "We're here." The man nodded. They saw a faint evil spirit moving in Jinjuo Temple, but it was very thin and scattered when the wind blew. The girl was puzzled. "It doesn't seem right. Last night, when we looked at the temple from afar, there shouldn't be so little evil spirit." The man thought for a while and said, "This is a good thing. Perhaps the sun is really high up in the sky, forcing those filthy ghosts to hide underground and not come out. It's a good time for us to put up a talisman and pour glutinous rice and dog blood. You guys can set up a formation. At dusk, when the sun shines, we can use a thunderous method to force them out of the ground. These otherworldly creatures won't have the right time and place, and we'll be safe." The young girl nodded. She turned her head and said to her sister, who was eager to try, "Cheer up. Don't let your guard down. The otherworldly creatures have endless tricks. If this Jinjuo Temple is really a trap to lure the enemy, we won't be able to bear the consequences." The girl's eyes sparkled. "Sister, don't worry." When they arrived at the gate of Jinjuo Temple, the girl, whose cheeks were red, jumped on the wall. There were many bones on the ground in front of the main hall. They should be the monks and pilgrims who had died. She quickly threw a yellow paper talisman written with expensive gold powder and stuck it on the lintel of the main hall. The talisman didn't burn at all. After a while, she turned her head and said, "There are no ghosts in the front hall. Uncle Song, you can rest assured and stick the talisman on the gate. After you enter, you just need to scatter rice around the wall." After that, the two sisters began to move like a hare and a falcon like a falcon. They were the first to enter the temple. They pasted ordinary yellow paper talismans on top of the walls and pillars. Only some important places like the main hall's doors and horizontal boards were pasted with those rare and precious talismans that were ground into cinnabar ink. Outside the temple, the master and disciple casually threw away the incense sticks and took out their bags. They took out heavy cotton bags filled with aged glutinous rice and a few leather water bags filled with black dog blood. They began to set up the array from the front hall with great familiarity. When they reached the end of the vast temple, the four of them were safe and sound. There was only a side hall with a closed door. The girl said that the evil aura was very strong, so they worked together to stick dozens of yellow paper talisman on the doors, windows, and the roof. The young girl put the talisman on the roof herself. Then, the girl started to remove the tiles one by one, letting the sunlight shine into the side hall. Screams came from inside, and the black fog was burned into ashes by the sunlight. The four of them finally landed at the door of the side hall. They looked at each other and smiled. The young girl was holding a demon binding rope that she had bought with her family's money. 40 snowballs were spent on it. Her sister was even weirder. She was mumbling something. Then, she squatted on the ground and took out an embroidered bag. After she opened the knot, the old copper coins of various shapes rolled and scattered. As for the master and disciple, they were barehanded. However, the man had a circle of darts on his waist. They were engraved in talisman seal script. Obviously, they were not weapons of the martial arts world. The girl and the man looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that the evil spirits in the temple were not as powerful as they had expected. They were also afraid of the sun. If they were not wrong, there were not dozens of evil spirits gathered in Jinjuo Temple. It was just that the people of Yuhu County were too afraid and spread false rumors. That was why they had the chance to earn big money. They were really lucky. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were lucky. Previously, they had bargained with the stingy magistrate at the prefectural government office. They had coaxed, lied, and scared the magistrate to promise them 5,000 taels of silver. If it was only this amount of silver, it would not be worth it even if they went through untold hardships to suppress the ghosts in Jinjuo Temple. It would not be worth it if there were casualties. However, other than the reward from the prefectural government office, there was also a large income. It was another sum of silver promised by the prefectural government. It was 30,000 taels of silver that the rich pilgrims in the city were willing to chip in. In this way, it was worth the risk to go to Jinjuo Temple. They did not expect to pick up such a great treasure. The man was overjoyed. He looked around and was satisfied. As long as they dealt with the ghosts in the side hall, they could return home and ask for the 35,000 taels of silver from the prefectural government office. According to the 370 split, the master and disciple should have a little more than 10,000 taels of silver. Today was indeed an auspicious day to slay demons. Next, the two sides began to make their move. When the girl's copper coins circled the side hall, they stood upright. When the girl put 2 fingers together and silently recited the incantation, they instantly burrowed into the ground. The girl's face paled slightly as she looked at her sister. The young woman nodded and said softly to the man, "My sister and I will go to the roof first and test the strength of the ghosts. If they are forced out, you must immediately make a move. Don't let them escape underground. If they can't come out, you might as well tear down this side hall while the sun is still shining brightly. My sister's copper coins can form a prison underground, but they won't be able to last long. When the time comes, you must act quickly." The man nodded and only reminded, "Don't worry." The two sisters once again went to the roof of the side hall and threw in some yellow paper talisman. Occasionally, they would throw in a piece of precious talisman with a golden seal pattern. The youth also took out a bronze mirror. The mirror was slanted and shone towards the windows of the side hall. A young scholar wearing white clothes and carrying a bamboo chest was actually sitting on the roof not far away. However, he had a ghost hatchet palace's secret steely carrying talisman stuck to his body. With the four people's cultivation, they naturally could not see him. What followed next was a soul-stirring battle. Black smoke billowed into the sky. Even if the talisman swarmed over and the young girl used the demon-binding rope to hit the black smoke until it scattered in all directions, the youth used the bronze mirror to burn it and the man's dart to pierce through it. The black smoke seemed to have escaped from the prison of the side hall and continued to wreak havoc. When the black smoke scattered by the demon-binding rope, the talisman, and the bronze mirror floated away, it actually turned into a ghost labyrinth. The four people were trapped in it. Even if the young girl did her best to control the talisman, she could only turn them into slender fire dragons. She was unable to break through the black smoke that covered the sky and let the sunlight pass through. The four people were immediately surrounded by danger. The sisters, master, and disciple all had their backs to each other and were already injured. In order to save the mirror-holding youth, the young girl was hit in the back by a black smoke. She spat out blood but still struggled to get up. She continued to take out a stack of yellow paper talisman that she had drawn stroke by stroke. She formed hand seals and threw out talisman, finally turning it into a talisman fire dragon. She did not hesitate to exhaust her own spiritual energy to protect the 4 people. The white-robed scholar frowned and patted his forehead, helplessly saying, "You dare to come to Jinjuo Temple to subdue demons with such little ability? I have already helped you kill 80 to 90% of the monsters." He smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. The black smoke, which was no longer suppressed by some kind of restriction, suddenly stagnated and fell to the ground, turning into a vicious ghost that was more than 10 feet tall. With the addition of being exposed to the sun, it was finally killed by the 4 people in a dangerous situation. The young girl bent over and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and nose. She smiled brightly and said, "Sister, I didn't hold you back this time, right?" The young girl who had survived the disaster quickly walked to her sister's side with red eyes. She supported her sister who was already unable to stand steadily and glared at her. "Why are you trying to be a hero? Don't talk so much and take care of yourself." The youth looked at the broken ancient mirror in his hand and then glanced at his master who was panting like an ox. The latter was stunned for a moment and then saw the fierce look in the youth's eyes. He hesitated for a moment and then nodded lightly. The man looked around and laughed loudly. "Miss Shi Ning, Quan girl, now that the sky and earth are clear, it is obvious that all the demons have been eliminated. Why don't we rest in the temple for a day and then go to the county capital tomorrow?" The young girl frowned. Although Jinjuo Temple has indeed lost its evil spirit, it has been occupied by evil ghosts for a long time. If there is a fish that escapes the net, my sister and I have already used up our talisman and are unable to fight anymore. It is better to quickly return to the county capital. The youth shook his head and said, "Sister Shi Ning, if we go early, the county capital's governor will definitely misunderstand that it is too easy for us to subdue the demons. If we really encounter a shameless one, 5,000 taels of silver is fine. We can most likely take the black paper and white paper, but it is hard to say whether the governor will be black-hearted and keep the 30,000 taels of silver. As for us, not only can we not leave today, we have to tear down more of the temple's walls so that we can get the full reward later. Furthermore, we have to deliberately tell the governor that 1 or 2 ferocious ghosts have escaped from this place. After we get the reward, we have to add another 5,000 taels in order to completely eradicate the evil." The young girl rolled her eyes. She quickly covered her mouth and turned her head. She vomited blood again. It was a bit embarrassing. The young girl thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. "Then it is like this. We will return to the county capital tomorrow. We will first stay in the temple for a night. It just so happens that my sister needs a good rest." At this moment, a flustered white-clothed scholar ran over from the side path of the front hall. "Why are there so many white bones on the ground in the front hall of the temple? Why can't I see a single monk? Could it be that there really are demons causing trouble?" The young girl was very annoyed with him now. But when she saw that he was still alive and kicking, she felt somewhat relieved. After that, the master and disciple went to collect the remaining talisman and put the aged glutinous rice back into the bag. They could still use it in the future. The young girl chose a secluded room in the temple that was used by rich pilgrims to copy scriptures. The young girl sat cross-legged in the corridor and began to do breathing exercises. Her sister continued to patrol the area in case there were any more accidents. That cowardly scholar insisted on following them. He took the bamboo box and sat on the steps like a door god. At dusk, the young girl returned. She plundered some of the more valuable scriptures and other items. She put them in a large bag and carried them back. The young girl opened her eyes and smiled at the scholar's back. "It will be night soon. Soon, evil ghosts will appear. Aren't you going to run?" The white-clothed scholar turned his head and smiled at her. "The book says that people are afraid of ghosts, but ghosts are more afraid of people. But I feel that you are a good person, so it is better for me to stay by your side and not leave." The young girl thought hard and raised her fist. "Are you praising me or scolding me? If you continue to be a scoundrel, be careful that I will beat you." The scholar raised his hands. "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists." The young girl snorted and playfully said, I am not a gentleman, I am a woman. Come, let this young girl give you a punch and make you smarter. Who knows, you might be able to pass the imperial examination. The scholar was really a bookworm. He actually laughed. I see that the young girl is open and aboveboard. You are kind and honest. You are not worse than a gentleman. The young girl was unhappy. Since young master is a scholar who claims to be a gentleman, you should know some etiquette between men and women. Why are you still shamelessly staying here? Is it appropriate? The young girl felt that the scholar had become smarter. She heard him say, I am not a gentleman, I am just a poor scholar. If there is a ghost in Jinjuo Temple, I can't run out to die. It is better to stay here. The young girl sternly said, Get out. The young girl was about to speak, but she was frightened by her sister's glare. The scholar had no choice but to walk out of the courtyard with the bamboo box in his arms. Most likely, he was facing the wall to reflect on himself. The young girl whispered, Sister, why are you so fierce? He is just a bookworm. The young girl frowned, You need to recuperate now. You can't make any mistakes. This person appeared on the path of burning incense. It is already strange that he followed us into Jinjuo Temple. If he did not walk on this path before us, I would not hesitate to beat him up, let alone chase him away with words. She softly said, Okay, you continue to rest. The young girl nodded, but she still glanced at the courtyard door. Her sister laughed angrily, There are no more ghosts. There are only 5 of us. He is just sleeping outside in fear. Aren't you worried about your own sister? You are not worried about them who are fighting side by side with us. Why are you worried about an outsider? Why, seeing that he is a scholar, you are tempted. I told you before, scholars are the most unreliable in the world. The young girl begged, Okay, I will cultivate now. Cultivate well. The night was dark. The young girl sat on the side of the corridor, meditating and immersing her mind. The young girl sat on the steps to rest. She did not dare to fall asleep. After all, this was Jinjuo Temple. All of a sudden, darts pierced through the air from the courtyard gate. A familiar figure kept striding forward. Although the young girl was shocked and frightened, she still waved her sleeves and scattered the darts. A sharp knife was thrown towards her sister's neck with great force. It was a young man squatting on the wall who had made his move. The young woman allowed a dart to pierce her shoulder. She also dashed over, using her hand to grab the dagger that was only 2 inches away from her sister's neck. However, the man who was purely a martial artist had already taken a step to her side. He smashed a fist into her temple, causing her to smash through the wall and most of the window. She crashed into the side room, vomiting blood incessantly. She struggled several times, but was unable to get up. The young man jumped down the wall lightly and said with a smirk, Master, can you not kill Quan girl first? It would be best if Sister Xining was also killed. Just cripple the hands and feet of these 2 immortals. The man raised his palm and slapped at the young girl who interrupted her meditation. He shook his head and said, This little girl is more troublesome. Master will help you keep her sister. The young man laughed and said, Money and beauty. The man suddenly turned his head and grabbed the young girl's neck. He looked at the courtyard door. The young man quickly came to the man's side. At the courtyard door, a head popped out and said timidly, It's not good for you to do these things in a peaceful place of Buddhism, right? The young girl with a pale face moved her lips slightly. It seemed that she wanted to remind the fool to run quickly. The man seemed to have seen the young girl's appearance and was stunned for a moment. Good girl, do you want me to save you? Don't worry, I am a chivalrous person. I have read so many books. To tell you the truth, I have accumulated a lot of righteous energy. I am very happy. The young girl tried to shake her head. Tears fell down her cheeks. The young girl's cheeks were red. It was very cute. The man's eyes slowly narrowed. He no longer had that stupid look. He appeared openly from the courtyard door. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Come out. Some people in the world of the living should be eaten by ghosts in the underworld. The master and disciple saw an ominous ghost walk out from behind the good-for-nothing scholar. It was more than 10 feet tall. Its evil aura was far stronger than that of the previous one. The man immediately let go of the young girl's neck. "Young master is actually the Ghost King here, right? It's all a misunderstanding. We didn't mean to offend your place. It's all because these two cultivators coveted merit and reward." The fierce ghost turned into a cloud of rolling black smoke and wrapped the man in it. Suddenly, there was the sound of flesh and blood tearing, bones exploding, and his heart-wrenching scream. The young man was not scared out of his wits. He still had the strength to jump up the wall and quickly go away. The fierce ghost seemed to have received an order. It let go of the already dead man and jumped out of the courtyard wall to chase after him. Soon, there was an identical tragic sound. Then, a sword light descended from the sky. The ghost outside howled in grief, its sound echoing through the world. It was likely that even the county city could hear it. It would definitely scare countless commoners. But soon, the world fell silent. The young girl was dumbstruck. She asked in a daze, "You're the Ghost King?" The scholar smiled. He sat on the steps and asked in return, "What do you think?" The young girl suddenly said, "Don't eat me yet. I'll go see my sister first." The scholar nodded. "Okay." The young girl wanted to glare at him, but when she thought about how he might be the Ghost King of Jinjuo Temple, she quickly went to see her sister and helped her out of the room. The young girl smiled bitterly and did not say anything. She was resigned to her fate. She had seen everything that had happened outside clearly. The young girl looked at the pile of flesh on the ground. Her expression was complicated and her eyes were dim. How could it be like this? She didn't die at the hands of the ghost, but she almost died at the hands of the master and disciple who had traveled with her through most of Huaihuang country. They usually seemed to be quite nice. When they walked out of the room, the scholar in white had already stood up and walked towards the courtyard. He turned his head and said to the young girl, "Later on, your sister will definitely tell you in an even more confident tone that there are always so many bad people in the world. Young girl, you don't need to feel disappointed. Things in the world aren't always right. No matter how many times you've seen and encountered, over and over again, one after another, I hope you remember that you're always right." The scholar took out a bamboo hat and put it on his head. "Look, good people will be rewarded, and evil people will be punished. At least tonight, it's true." After the scholar walked out of the courtyard, he suddenly leaned back and smiled brilliantly. "Young girl, you're extremely beautiful. In the future, you'll definitely be able to find your ideal husband." The young girl didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She wiped the tears from her face. Annoying. The young girl suddenly thought of that golden light. Her eyes sparkled. "You're actually a sword immortal, aren't you?" The scholar slowly stood up and smiled. "I'm a swordsman who's become stupid from studying." After that, the scholar transformed into a white rainbow. He rose from the ground and headed north. 509. North of Huaihuang country was Baoxiang country, where Buddhism flourished and temples were as numerous as the clouds. When Chen Pinggan passed through the border pass, he still had the customs clearance documents stamped on them. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would take them out and flip through them. The customs clearance document in his hand was new. It was Wei Ba's handwriting. The previous customs clearance document had been densely stamped and was now left at the bamboo house. Chen Pinggan still wore a bamboo hat, carried a bamboo box, and held a mountain walking stick. He traversed mountains and rivers alone, searching for dangers. Occasionally, he would ride his sword in the wind. When he saw a mortal city, he would travel on foot. There was still a long way to go before he reached the spring dew garden where Song Lanxiao was on the ferry. In the marketplace, a hunchback would often see a hunchback, and a cripple would often see a cripple. It was the same for cultivators who set foot on the path of immortality. They would see more cultivators, and of course, there were also mountain spirits and hidden ghosts. Chen Pinggan traveled all the way from Yinping country to the border of Baoxiang country. He saw many mountain spirits heading south. However, other than Huaihuang country's Yuhu County, Chen Pinggan only watched from afar. He looked down on the mortal world from the top of the mountain. He finally had the mentality of a cultivator. However, he did not stop practicing. After the Ghost Valley, Chen Pinggan began to focus on the six-step stance. He planned to accumulate 2 million punches before doing anything else. Previously, if he did not encounter the group of 4, Chen Pinggan originally planned to kill the group of ghosts alone and wait for the monk to return. He would then stay at Jinjuo Temple for a few more days and ask the monk about the Sanskrit content on the green paper and golden pages. Naturally, he separated the Sanskrit and asked the monk many times. There were not many words, only 260. Excluding the similar words, it should not be difficult to ask. Wealth and silk move people's hearts. Once a thought arises, demons are born. People's hearts are evil and ghosts are afraid of people. The martial master and disciple in Jinjuo Temple were like this. After passing through 2 southern cities of Baoxiang country, Chen Pinggan found that there were many walking monks. Their faces were haggard, ascetic, and begging for alms. If Chen Pinggan met them along the way, he would raise one hand in front of him and gently nod his head to greet them. In Baoxiang country, other than having many monks, temples, and incense, there were also many martial artists in Jianghu. On this day, Chen Pinggan met a group of armed escorts in the desert to the north. In addition to the carriage full of goods, there was the sound of camel bells. And two. He. Two. He. He two he. If it's not enough, just take it. Don't be shy. Chen Pinggan turned his head to look at the young escort whose lips were cracked and bleeding. He pointed at the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist and said with a smile, "No need. There's water in the gourd and water in the bamboo box." The young man put away the water bag and hung it properly. He smiled and said, "It's extremely cold at night in Yellow Wind Valley. Moreover, the world is strange nowadays and it's getting more and more unstable. More and more dirty things are entering the market. Therefore, a large number of monks have come out of the major temples recently. Young master, try your best to keep up with us. It's best if we stay overnight by the mute lake in front of us. The more people there are, the more yang qi there will be. At night, there are many spirits and monsters causing mischief in this place. They are definitely not alarmist. Therefore, little teacher, you must not be alone. However, there is no need to be too afraid. There are often eminent monks and great virtues in Yellow Wind Valley reciting sutras here. Even if those filthy things appear, they may not dare to come close to harm you." Chen Pinggan nodded. "Thank you for your reminder. I will definitely reach the lake before nightfall." Baoxiang Kingdom was not in the list of the 10 countries including Silver Screen Kingdom and Huaihuang Kingdom. Therefore, the common people and martial artists of Jianghu had long been accustomed to spirits and ghosts. In the southeastern region of North Continent, spirits and ghosts had mingled with humans for countless years. Therefore, when it came to dealing with ghosts and evil spirits, everyone in Baoxiang Kingdom had their own way of dealing with them. However, after the storyteller of Mengliang Kingdom removed the Thunder Pool formation, spiritual qi poured into the 10 countries from the outside. This kind of strange phenomenon was first detected by the cultivators at the border. The spirits and ghosts who cultivated their methods were not slow either. It was bustling with activity. Merchants sought profits while ghosts would follow their instincts to chase after spiritual qi. Therefore, the strange phenomenon of Buyao and Yuhu counties in Huaihuang Kingdom appeared. Most of them flowed into the south from Baoxiang Kingdom. This was why the young escort said that the world was getting more and more unstable. As the sun set in the west, Chen Pinggan walked unhurriedly to the small green lake that was called Mute Lake by the local people for some reason. Several groups of people had gathered again. The bonfire was continuous, and everyone was drinking to ward off the cold. That night, several sword gleams lit up from the west. They swept toward Yellow Wind Valley with imposing momentum and landed on the ground dozens of miles away from Mute Lake. The sword gleams crisscrossed, accompanied by the howls and screams of ghosts. After about half an hour, the dazzling sword gleams left the ground and went far away. During this period, whether it was the armed escorts who knew some martial arts or the passing merchants, everyone was calm and collected. They only cared about drinking and chatting about which mountain's sword cultivator had come to practice swordsmanship. The sword cultivator had already gone far away. It was already late at night, but there were still few people who went to bed early by the lake. There were even some mischievous children who were holding wooden swords and bamboo swords. They competed with each other, randomly stirring up the yellow sand as they laughed and chased each other. Chen Pingan drank the deep stream of Mirror Mountain from the blade-strengthening gourd and sat by the lake with his back against the bamboo box. He saw a woman wearing a hedgerow who left the group alone and squatted by the lake, wanting to wash her face with water. She raised one hand, and there was a string of snow-white bells on her wrist. When she lifted a corner of the hedgerow, Chen Pingan had already retracted his gaze and looked at the supposedly bottomless mute lake. It was said that this small lake had not dried up for thousands of years. No matter how many years of drought there was, the lake level would not drop 1 foot. No matter how many torrential rain there was, the lake level would not rise 1 inch. When a ripple appeared in the center of the lake, there was first a small black dot that poked its head out and then quickly disappeared into the water. The woman still seemed to be oblivious to it. She just carefully tidied her forehead and hair. Every time she raised her hand or wrist, a bell would ring softly, but it was drowned out by the noise of the people drinking and making merry by the lake. A huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake silently, and then a strange fish that was dozens of feet long suddenly jumped out. Its body was as black as ink, and it suddenly opened its mouth at the woman in the hedgerow. Its teeth were as sharp as knives on the battlefield. Chen Pingan sat cross-legged and did not move. He held his chin with one hand and looked at the woman and the fish. 8 people appeared at the same time in 8 different directions of Mute Lake. Each of them held a compass and smashed it into the sand. Then, they stood still and formed hand seals with their fingers. Their feet moved with the star steps. In an instant, the silver line shot toward the center of the lake like a rope. When the silver line converged at the center of the lake, a silver 8 trigrams formation appeared on the surface of the lake. It was so bright that it could compete with the moonlight. The 8 people should be from the same sect, so they cooperated well. They each reached out and grabbed a silver line from the compass on the ground. Then they put 2 fingers together and pointed at the center of the lake. Like fishermen fishing with a net, 8 more silver lines flew out and created a cage. Then the 8 people began to spin in circles, adding arcs of fences to the talisman formation cage. As for the safety of the woman who was confronting the fish monster alone, the 8 people were not worried at all. When the fish monster opened its bloody mouth and smashed the compass on the ground, it had already realized that something was wrong. It quickly closed its mouth, but its huge inertia made it still rush toward the woman who suddenly stood up. In the end, instead of retreating, the woman took a step forward. She leaped high and punched the fish monster into the 8 trigrams formation on the lake. When the huge body touched the Gen trigram in the middle of the 8 trigrams formation, a small hill fell from the top of the fish monster's head. The pitiful fish monster was flung toward the Gen trigram. Immediately, lightning flashed and sizzled. The fish monster jumped and slid, falling into the Li trigram. Then there was a raging fire. It was so miserable. Then the fish monster tasted the ice cones that poked out of the lake like a forest of spears and halberds. In the end, it changed into the appearance of a black-clothed little girl who kept running, wailing and wiping her tears. She dodged the fire dragons and the ice cones. Occasionally, she would be hit by a bolt of lightning that made her twitch a few times and roll her eyes. These scenes caused Chen Pingan to be slightly unable to bear to watch, and he moved his gaze away slightly and even closed one of his eyes. He had seen many fiendish demons that caused harm. No matter what happened, when they first appeared in public, most of them were more awe-inspiring than the other. For example, in the Ghost Valley, Fan Yunluo's carriage in the Greasy City, and even the demon that confronted the ghost in the Stinky Copper City had a group of minions helping it carry a large wooden plank. Chen Pingan had never seen such a pitiful creature in such a miserable state. The scene on the lake. The people by the lake, other than the immortal master, were all drinking and cheering. The naughty children were also hiding beside their elders. At the beginning, when the big fish jumped out of the lake and opened its mouth to eat people, it was a little scary. Now, none of them were afraid. In the Baoxiang Kingdom, The biggest bustle was the immortal master catching demons. As long as they saw it, it was more festive than the new year. When the little girl, who was 1 foot away from the 8 trigrams formation on the lake, dashed into the Zun trigram, a round log as thick as a well came crashing down. The little girl in black had no time to dodge. She took a deep breath and raised her hands above her head to support the log. With a face full of tears and snot, she choked and said, "That string of bells is mine. I gave it to a passing scholar who almost died. He said he wanted to go to the capital to take the imperial examinations and had no money for traveling. I gave it to him and he said he would return it to me. It's been more than 100 years and he still hasn't returned it to me. Boo-hoo, big liar." Chen Pinggan believed the little girl's seemingly absurd words. The Mute Lake's strange phenomenon of neither increasing nor decreasing water level should be attributed to this little fish monster girl whose true appearance was not very likable. For so many years, merchants and passers-by had camped here overnight and there had never been any casualties. In fact, whether it was a human or a ghost, no matter what you said, no matter how extravagant you were, in many cases, it was not as good as a fact and a connection. In any case, for so many years, the local people and the passing merchants should be grateful for her protection. No matter what her original intention was, they should be grateful for her kindness. However, the immortal master catching demons and monsters was a matter of course. Therefore, even when Chen Pinggan saw the fish monster's head, he knew that she did not have any murderous intent. Most likely, she coveted the string of bells and wanted to tease him. Chen Pinggan had already seen through the girl in the hedgerow. She was a 5th realm martial artist who hid her strength well, or perhaps a 6th realm martial artist in the Baoxiang kingdom. In short, Chen Pinggan did not make a move to stop her. However, the string of bells on the girl in the hedgerow's hand was originally the little fish monster's item. This point was still somewhat out of Chen Pinggan's expectation. When the little girl revealed the truth, the girl in the hedgerow stood by the green lake and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not capturing you to kill you. This is the intention of the imperial tutor of the Baoxiang kingdom. They lack a river granny. The imperial tutor has taken a fancy to you and needs you to oversee the water transportation. It's not entirely a bad thing. But let me say this first, I don't want to lie to you. You were born as a water monster in this lake, so you are naturally attracted to water. The possibility of forming a golden body and becoming a river granny is higher than those existences who died as heroic spirits. However, it's not certain that you will succeed. There's no other way. We have a good relationship with the imperial court of the Baoxiang kingdom for generations. The imperial tutor has given us a large amount of immortal money. It's not very kind of me to do this and forcefully take you away from the Mute Lake. The reason why I'm telling you this is that I feel that the Baoxiang kingdom scholar who you gave the bells to was too kind. Not only did he not intend to return the bells to you, but he also kept them and treated them as a family heirloom. The bells were also given by his descendants. The imperial tutor of the Baoxiang kingdom was promoted because of this and also helped his ancestor to obtain a posthumous title. If you want to scold me, you can do it when you become a river granny. Now, you'd better obediently allow yourself to be captured so that you won't continue to suffer." The little girl in black was still holding the slowly falling log with both hands. When her feet were about to touch the 8 diagrams array on the lake, she wailed more and more, "I'm about to become a boiled fish. You are all bad guys who like to fight and kill. I don't want to go with you. I like it here. This is my home. I won't go anywhere. I don't want to be a river granny. I'm still young. What's the use of being a river granny?" The woman in the hedge sighed and signaled the other 8 cultivators to not rush to close the array. She then said to the little water monster, "Then I'll make a deal with you. I can help you to plead with the imperial tutor. I won't earn the immortal money first, but you have to return to the sect with me. You still have to move. I can't come here for nothing. If I return empty-handed, my master will blame me. There is a river near my sect. Now there is a water god guarding it. You can see how it feels to be a water god first. When you feel that being a river granny is not bad, I will take you to visit the imperial tutor's mansion. How about it?" The little girl in black nodded gently. As a pure martial artist, The woman made a gesture with both hands and muttered. She could actually control the spiritual energy and remove the column above the Zun trigram. The little girl jumped a few times on the spot. Her arms bent and swayed back and forth. Then, her eyes rolled. The woman in the hedge smiled. Don't think about running away. Otherwise, braised fish or steamed fish are all possible. The little girl sniffled and said with a sad face, then you'd better kill me. If I leave here, I'd rather die. The woman in the hedge was a little helpless. The other immortal masters also seemed to find it fun. None of them were in a hurry to close the net to catch the demon. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light lit up from the distant horizon. It arrived in an instant and hovered above everyone's head. It was a young sword cultivator in a light purple robe. There was a golden hairpin with intermittent thunder and lightning intertwined in his hair bun. He smiled. This little demon from the Mute Lake is extremely difficult to catch. You guys have good methods. How much is it? I'll buy it. The woman in the hedge smiled. Are you Mr. Jin from the Jinwu Palace? The young sword cultivator smiled. That's me. The woman shook her head apologetically. I can't sell this demon to Mr. Jin. The young sword cultivator frowned. I'll pay double the price. My master's wife just happens to be lacking a maid. The woman hesitated for a moment and still shook her head. Sorry, I can't comply. This item was promised by the sect to implicate the imperial tutor's residence. I can't make the decision tonight. The wife of the Jinwu Palace master had a violent temperament. Her natal item was a ghost-beating whip that was said to be made from the green bamboo of the Green Immortal Mountain. Her favorite hobby was to whip and kill maids. Apart from one person who was lucky enough to become an old nanny, the rest were all dead. Moreover, their corpses would be thrown into the thunderclouds at the top of the Jinwu Palace, unable to reincarnate. However, the Jinwu Palace was definitely not a demonic sect. They spared no effort in killing demons and devils when they went down the mountain. Moreover, they always liked to pick troublesome Ghost King demons. However, the palace master of the Jinwu Palace, a dignified Jindan sword cultivator, was most afraid of the wife of the daughter of Mountain Lord Dau. As a result, all of the female cultivators and maids of the Jinwu Palace didn't dare to say anything to the palace master. Otherwise, this transaction was not completely off the table. The sect and implicated the imperial tutor presumably wouldn't mind doing a favor to the powerful Jinwu Palace. The young sword cultivator raised his eyebrows. You won't listen to reason. Do you only listen when I use my sword? You're just a little auntie from the Qingqing estate, a 6th realm martial artist, and some talisman skills. Do you believe that I won't pick off your ugly face and buy that little demon? The young sword cultivator sneered and added, Don't worry, I'll still buy it. However, from now on, I, Jin Le, will remember your Qingqing residence. The woman sighed inwardly. She couldn't implicate the entire sect because of her. The cultivators of the Jinwu Palace were always clear about their likes and dislikes. They were also temperamental. Once they became unreasonable, they were extremely difficult to deal with. She turned her head to look at the little water monster who was holding her head with both hands. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, a weak scholar who had already taken off his bamboo hat and placed it on a book box in the silent lake, dressed in white and holding a folding fan, slowly stood up and said with a smile, If this counts as being reasonable, then I think it's better to be unreasonable from the start. We can just force a deal. Anyway, whoever is more capable is the boss. There's no need to take off your pants and fart and shit. The black-clothed little girl's ears trembled slightly. She raised her head and said doubtfully, It's not right to take off your pants and fart. Our Yellow Wind Valley is windy and cold at night. Lu Jing-er will feel cold, but what can we do about shit? Why don't we take off our pants? The white-clothed scholar slapped his head with his folding fan and suddenly realized, that's right. The little girl beamed with joy. She floated in the air and sat cross-legged. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. Scholars are all rash. But when she thought of the string of bells that she had given out of goodwill as traveling expenses, the black-clothed little girl started to sniffle and wrinkle her little face. It's all a lie, an act. Back then, That fellow had even said that his greatest interest in this life was not to be an official, but to write a popular novel about monsters. When the time came, he would definitely write an article about her. Moreover, it would definitely be extremely long and colorful. At that time, he had even come up with a name for it. It would be called the Mute Lake Monster. At that time, she had looked forward to it so much that she was about to drool. She had even specially reminded him to portray himself as more vicious and more powerful. The scholar agreed without hesitation. Now that she had seen the string of bells, why was she not able to see the article that she had been eagerly waiting for over 100 years? Even if the word count was a little less, it didn't matter. The young sword cultivator bent forward and stared at the dog-like white-clothed scholar. He laughed and said, "Oh, you're singing the same tune as this little demon. Are you two putting on a double act here?" The scholar in a snow-white robe that was still covered in dust held a folding fan in his hand. He cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Jin of the Golden Crow Palace, please be merciful." Another sword light pierced through the air and hovered beside Jin Le. It was a middle-aged female cultivator with a graceful figure. Her hair was pinned with a golden hairpin. She glanced at the scene above the lake and said with a smile, "That's enough. During this experience, we failed to kill that ancestor Yellow Wind under the nose of Junior Granduncle. I know you're in a bad mood right now, but Junior Granduncle is still waiting for you over there. It's not good to wait for too long." Jinla nodded and stretched out his finger. He pointed and said, "Ching Ching Mansion, right? I'll remember it. Just wait for me to visit you soon." Then, he pointed at the white-clothed scholar who was secretly wiping the sweat on his forehead. After meeting Jinla's gaze, the scholar immediately stopped and deliberately opened his folding fan to gently fan himself. Jinla said with a smile, "I know you're also a cultivator and you're actually wearing a daoist robe. If you're a son, don't pretend to be a grandson in front of me. Do you dare to tell me your name and sect?" That person said with a smile, "My name is Chen and my name is Good Person." Jinla's face was gloomy. He said to the middle-aged woman beside him, "Senior sister, I can't stand this. Let me use one sword strike, just one sword strike." The female cultivator from Golden Crow Palace reminded him softly, "Junior Granduncle might be watching us." Jinla snorted at the white-clothed scholar, "Hurry up and burn incense and pray that you don't fall into my hands in the future." The two sword cultivators from Golden Crow Palace suddenly flew up and flew away on their swords, leaving behind two extremely long sword lights. The 8 immortal masters from Ching Ching Mansion who had already gathered around the woman with the hedgerow saw the two sword lights disappear and were relieved. However, when they thought of Jinla's visit, they all smiled bitterly. Especially the woman with the hedgerow, her heart was heavy. However, the 9 of them looked at the white-clothed scholar who was vigorously wiping his forehead and felt grateful. If this person didn't step forward and divert the attention of young Master Jin from Golden Crow Palace, the 9 of them would be in even more trouble. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to escape tonight and would have to fight to the death. Although Ching Ching Mansion was slightly weaker than Golden Crow Palace, it wasn't to the extent that they had to kneel and kowtow to two sword cultivators. No matter what, this trip down the mountain to catch demons was really unlucky. In the future, it wouldn't be difficult for the Ching Ching Mansion to block Jin Le's sword ascension. However, it was inevitable that Ching Ching Mansion would be at odds with Golden Crow Palace. The woman with the hedgerow cupped her fists and said with a smile, "Young Master Chen, my name is Maro Cholu. I come from Ching Ching Mansion of Taoji Country, northeast of Baoxiang Country. Thank you for speaking up for justice." That person said with a smile, "I'm not speaking up for justice. I just want to buy that Mute Lake monster from the immortal masters." The black-clothed girl still had her arms crossed and shouted, "Big water monster." Chen Pingan turned his head and said with a smile, "Why didn't you call yourself Big Water Monster when you saw Golden Crow Palace's sword immortal?" The girl rolled her eyes and said, "My throat was burning just now and I couldn't speak. If you have the ability, ask your Golden Crow Palace's bullshit sword immortal to come back. See if I don't say something." Before the black-clothed girl finished speaking, a green ray of golden light, perhaps more than 1,000 feet long, appeared in the distant sky and shot straight into the depths of Yellow Wind Valley. Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes and glanced at it before retracting his gaze. Oh, it was a golden core sword cultivator. It seemed that the young martial granduncle mentioned by the Golden Crow Palace's male and female cultivators had personally taken action. After that, the world regained its clarity and the sword light slowly faded away. The girl hurriedly hugged her head and shouted, "Little water monster, I'm just a little water monster as small as a grain of rice." The fenced woman and an elder from her sect smiled bitterly and said, "If this person takes action and asks for our sword, we will be in big trouble." The elder shook his head and chuckled softly. "This sword immortal has a cold temperament. It's true that he's arrogant, but his way of doing things is completely different from Jinle, who likes to flaunt his might. He's still very much like a mountain person and has no worldly matters in his eyes. Every time he quietly goes down the mountain, it's only to cleanse his sword by killing demons and devils. This time, he's probably protecting Jinle and the rest. After all, Patriarch Yellow Wind is a true old golden core cultivator and is proficient in escape techniques. If he's not careful, he could easily die. I think that after this sword strike, Patriarch Yellow Wind won't dare to show his face and only eat monks for the next few decades." The fenced woman who called herself Maro Cholu looked at the white-clothed scholar and shook her head with a smile. Firstly, the Imperial Tutor's residence offered a very high price for this demon. Secondly, now that you've offended Golden Crow Palace's Jinle, it's not appropriate for you to accept this hot potato. Although our Qingqing residence isn't as strong as Golden Crow Palace, the dispute caused by this mute lake monster is still reasonable. We won't be too afraid of Golden Crow Palace. Chen Pingan kept his folding fan and hung it on his waist. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I've been traveling all the way to the north to earn money. Immortal Master Mao, just name the price. Furthermore, I'm a wild cultivator whose whereabouts are uncertain. If Golden Crow Palace wants to get angry, they have to find me first. Therefore, as long as Immortal Master Mao is willing to sell, I'll buy it." The black-clothed young lady said angrily, "I'm not selling it to you. How can a scholar be evil? I might as well follow that sister to Qingqing residence and be neighbors with a river god. Who knows, I might even be able to cheat some food." Chen Pingan turned his head and laughed. "Aren't you afraid of the sword light of Golden Crow Palace's sword immortal? Once that great sword immortal Jin knows of your whereabouts, you'll be a thief for 1,000 days. How can you be on guard for 1,000 days? Can a big water monster like you endure living in fear every day?" The young lady frowned and started to think hard. Whether she was thinking hard or not, it could be seen from how hard she frowned. Chen Pingan looked at the group of immortal masters from Qingqing residence and laughed. "Name the price." The young lady looked at the sect elder and the latter nodded slightly. Maro Cholu still asked softly, "Young Master Chen, are you really not afraid of Golden Crow Palace?" Chen Pingan nodded, "I'll just hide from them." Maro Cholu was a little embarrassed, but Imperial Tutor residence is offering 1 grain of grain rain money to buy this little fish monster. Actually, it wouldn't be sold at such a high price normally, but it's related to that river granny deity position. So, the young lady said angrily, "What? Only 1 grain? Isn't it 100 grains? I'm so angry." The scholar in white, "Hurry up and give this little girl with soft fists 100 grains of grain rain money. If you blink, you won't be considered a hero." Chen Pingan was too lazy to bother with this little water monster who had water in her head. He handed over 1 grain of grain rain money. Maro Cholu was surprised and said helplessly, "Young Master Chen, you're really buying it?" At this moment, a haggard old monk floated over and stood at the top of the slope. Behind him were a dozen monks with wooden expressions. There was a huge difference in age, both young and old. Buddhist prayer beads hung in front of everyone. They were made of ordinary materials, but the strings were flowing with golden light and were extremely eye-catching in the night. After the old monk stood still, he said in a deep voice, "The sword immortals of Golden Crow Palace are already far away. This ancestor Yellow Wind is seriously injured and has gone berserk. Instead of hiding at the roots of the mountain to recuperate, he wants to eat people. My martial uncle is already confronting him a dozen miles away. He won't be trapped for long. Follow me and quickly leave the boundary of Yellow Wind Valley." Chen Pingan gently tossed the grain rain money to the fenced woman and smiled. After the transaction, we can all run away. Maro Cholu gritted her teeth and caught the grain rain money. She held it in her palm. It was indeed a grain rain money. The little water monster hurriedly shouted, "Don't forget about that string of bells. You can also buy it with 1 grain rain money." Chen Pingan still ignored her. The young lady's cheeks puffed up. This scholar was too annoying. The fenced woman smiled and took off the string of bells on her wrist. She handed it to the scholar in white, who she could not tell was a chi cultivator. Her sect's elder waved his hand and used the entire lake as the talisman formation of the 8 trigrams. It immediately gathered together and detained the young lady who was twitching in the silver talisman's net to the shore. The rest of the immortal masters of Green Chime Mansion also returned to their compasses. Maro Cholu smiled. "Let's remove the talisman formation. Mr. Chen, you must watch carefully. Don't let her escape into the lake." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, "Of course." The glow of the talisman formation dissipated instantly. Chen Pingan took a step forward and grabbed the young lady by the back of her collar. He lifted her up high. She hung in the air with a straight face and her arms crossed over her chest. On the other side of the mountain, the escorts of the Jianghu and the passing merchants had quickly packed up their belongings. They began to hurry on their way under the escort of the monks. The group of immortal masters of Green Chime Mansion did not speak at all. They walked into the group on their own accord. It was obvious that they wanted to help the monks of Baoxiang Kingdom to leave together. Chen Pingan shouted loudly, "That escort!" A young escort who rode a horse to the top of the mountain turned his head to look. He saw that the white-robed scholar, in addition to carrying the young lady, also had a wine pot in his hand. He then threw the pot of wine high up into the air. The young escort only needed to sit on the horse's back to catch the wine pot with his hand. The young man kept the wine pot and smiled. He clasped his fists in thanks. It was a chance encounter in the Jianghu. There was no need for pleasantries. "Don't ask for my name." Maro Cholu turned her head and asked, "Mr. Chen? You're not leaving together?" Then, the woman heard an unexpected reason. She heard the man laugh generously. "I'll run in another direction. You have more people. Ancestor Yellow Wind will definitely find you first." Maro Cholu was so angry that she could not say a word. She turned her back to the man and raised her arm high. She stuck out her thumb and slowly pointed it downwards. However, the man still had the nerve to say, "I'll visit your Green Chime Mansion when I have the chance." After the woman withdrew her hand gesture, she turned a deaf ear and left in big strides. The young lady who was being carried by the man shook her head and gloated, "Scholar, you can't tell. She used to have a good impression of you. Now she doesn't have any." Her collar loosened and she landed on the ground. The white-robed scholar smiled and said, "I didn't know that you have experience in the Jianghu." The young lady in black put her hands behind her back and stared at the string of bells in the man's hand with her eyes wide open. Chen Pingan threw the bells to her and then put on his bamboo hat. He bent down and carried the big bamboo box on his back. The little girl was stunned on the spot. Then, she turned around in a circle. There really wasn't anything strange. She stretched her neck. Her small face and faint eyebrows were all frowned together, indicating that her brain was now a mess. She asked, "What? You don't care about me anymore? You really don't think of a big water monster as a big water monster, right?" Chen Pingan pushed her forehead. "Get lost." The young lady said angrily, "Ma, ma, ma." She suddenly opened her mouth and her small face cracked open, revealing sharp teeth. She opened her mouth wide and didn't close it. "Are you scared?" Chen Pingan carried the bamboo box and walked slowly to the hillside. He said, "I'm scared to death." Not far to the north of the hillside, the noise was getting louder. The young lady in black hesitated for a moment and then threw the string of bells into the lake. She pinched her chin and frowned as she thought about something. She watched the white-robed scholar walk up the hillside. She snorted and turned around to walk to the green lake. She suddenly stopped and turned her head. She saw that the man was already standing at the top of the hillside. He didn't stop walking and just walked away. The young lady scratched her head and felt that something was wrong. She jumped and fell into the water. She turned into a fish monster and chased after the string of bells. She shook her head and tail and swam to the bottom of the lake. On the other side of the hillside. When the white-robed man walked a few miles, he stopped and took off his bamboo hat and bamboo box. He saw an old monk bathed in blood sitting on the spot and silently chanting sutras. There was a monk's staff stuck in the yellow sand beside him. Its copper rings were colliding with each other. The old monk's blood was light gold. As the old monk entered meditation and chanted sutras, golden lotuses bloomed in the surrounding area. There was a yellow tornado around the old monk. A yellow robe could be vaguely seen hiding in it. The golden lotuses withered as they were attacked by the yellow sand tornado. Although the old monk's eyes were closed, he still waved his sleeves. The old monk could only vaguely sense that there was an outsider behind him. He was anxious and said in a low voice, "Go. Hold on to the monk's staff. It will help you get away from here. Don't look back." The monk's staff flew out diagonally towards the white-robed scholar. It then hovered beside him. The monk's staff interlocked as if it was very anxious. It urged the scholar to quickly grab it and escape from this dangerous place. In order to divert his attention to control the monk's staff to leave the ground to save someone, the old monk had already shown a flaw. The yellow sand tornado became more aggressive. There were not many golden lotuses left in the area. Just as the old monk was about to be completely engulfed by the yellow sand and his golden body was completely worn down, a gentle voice sounded in his ears, "Master, just meditate and recite the Dharma. I am very grateful to be able to listen to some of it." Then, the young man took a step forward and said at the same time, "Follow me to subdue the demon." The bamboo box opened by itself and a golden demon binding rope flew out. It followed the snow-white figure like a golden flood dragon and charged forward together. The demon binding rope entered the yellow sand tornado and trapped the yellow-robed scholar. The white-robed scholar punched like thunder. However, the fist aura was like a rainbow and had a shocking momentum. The scholar walked casually, but with a casual wave of his sleeve, the entire tornado would be split into two. The old monk slowly opened his eyes and smiled. He put his palms together and lowered his head. However, he was not chanting sutras. Instead, he murmured, "Majestic virtue, calm your heart and see clearly. It's a pity there's no tea. Otherwise, I would be seated." The white-robed scholar and the tornado fought until they were far away. The old monk slowly got up and turned to walk to the bamboo box. He took back the monk's staff with the bronze ring that was already silent. The old monk chanted and left with large strides. On this day, in the night, a white-robed scholar walked slowly with a box on his back and a staff in hand. There was a little girl in black hanging on his leg. Her hands were tightly wrapped around his ankle. Therefore, with every step he took, he had to drag the little girl who was like a sticky candy with him. Chen Pingan did not lower his head. "Are you going to pester me like this?" The little girl who was still wrapped in a bundle nodded. "There are so many treasures from the bottom of the lake in my bundle. There is more than 1 grain rain money. I have already said that I will give them all to you. However, you have to help me find a scholar who knows how to write a story. Help me write a story where I am very fierce and especially frightening." Chen Pingan helplessly said, "If you continue to be like this, I will not be polite to you anymore." The little girl smeared a handful of tears and snot on that person's leg. She choked, "I beg you. Just take me with you to travel the Jianghu. You are so capable. Even Elder Yellow Sand was killed by you. If I follow you, I will not have to worry about eating and drinking. I must find that scholar to write my story. I want my name to go down in history. Every family will know that I am a big water monster from Mute Lake." Chen Pingan stopped walking. He lowered his head and asked, still not letting go. The little girl in black would not let go even if she was beaten to death. She shook her head and used her face to wipe off the snot on that person's snow-white robe. Then she raised her head and said with a frown, "I won't let go." Chen Pingan lifted his foot. "Go." The little girl was thrown directly into that small green lake. She continuously rolled in the air and was thrown in an extremely long arc. A moment later, Chen Pingan turned his head to look. There was a follower following from a distance. When she saw him turn his head, she immediately stopped and began to look up at the moon. Chen Pingan sighed, "If you follow me, you might die." The little girl ran forward eagerly, but when she saw the scholar in white frown, she hurriedly stopped and said in a muffled voice, "Who won't die? Anyway, we're all going to die. I'm not afraid of this. I just want everyone to know about me. If they know, then I'll die." Chen Pingan continued forward. She then followed behind him. During this time, she squatted on the ground and stared blankly at the ground. She tilted her head and then suddenly opened her mouth with sharp teeth and swallowed a lizard. After standing up, the little girl with a bag on her back beamed with joy. Delicious. But she suddenly realized that the person had turned his head. Her face immediately tensed up. Her gaze wandered, but her cheeks could not help but move. That person smiled, "Then follow me. When we reach Spring Dew Garden, I will help you find a place to stay. But let me say the ugly words first. If you regret halfway and want to return to Mute Lake, you can go by yourself. I will not care about you." She dashed to that person's side and puffed out her chest. "I will regret. Haha, I am a big water monster." That person grunted, a big water monster the size of a grain of rice. For the first time, she was a little embarrassed. This sesame-sized embarrassing incident could never be written in a book. After that, the white-robed scholar was followed by a black-robed little girl who often complained about being thirsty. They traveled over land and water together. The little girl felt that it was very interesting. That person would bring her to sit on the wall of a street and watch the two-door gods quarrel with each other. They were the two-door gods of the opposite house. The house that posted the literary god of wealth had a hero who was chivalrous and righteous. The house that posted the martial god of wealth had a scholar who was beautiful and had the reputation of being a child prodigy in the local county. At that time, the scholar who she still only knew to be called Chen Howren had posted a talisman with a very unpleasant name. Then, the two of them sat on the wall far away and watched the commotion. After that, they also saw the scene of the mountain god marrying his daughter to the son of the water god. It looked like a big show of extravagance, but in fact, it was silent. That person made way at that time, but an old granny in the mountain god's party took the initiative to give him a red packet with wedding money. That person actually accepted it and very politely said a series of congratulatory words. It was really embarrassing. There was only a piece of snow inside, sigh. Later, they saw the legendary Lord Wuyue patrolling. He was a golden-robed deity riding a white horse with a long tail behind him. He was very awe-inspiring. Next to a large but dilapidated ancestral temple of a certain goddess, she saw three beautiful women slowly walk out from the west corridor of the ancestral temple, where the curtains were tattered and there was no trace of human activity. They went to have a private rendezvous with a scholar from the mortal realm. Unfortunately, the man beside her didn't want to see the embarrassing scene after that. Even she wasn't allowed to peek. Only during the day did they go over to take a look, only to see three mottled clay statues of beautiful concubines standing in the ancestral temple. Compared to before, each statue was missing a handkerchief, a golden hairpin, and a bracelet. What was even more interesting was that time when they accidentally found a paradise hidden in the mountain forest. There were a few demons dressed up as refined scholars. When they met the two of them, they were very enthusiastic at first. However, when those mountain demons opened their mouths and asked him if he could improvise a poem, he was dumbfounded. Then, those guys began to chase them away, saying how come a vulgar person had come. The two of them could only leave the mansion in a sorry state. She winked at him, but he didn't get angry. These were all very interesting things. In fact, it was more boring things like rushing day and night and making a fire to cook. However, there were times when this strange person was really very strange. There was once when he was walking on a plank path on a cliff and looked at the green mountain cliff on the opposite side. For some reason, he rushed over and directly crashed into the cliff. Then, boom, 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 he directly punched through the entire mountain peak. He still had the nerve to say that her brain was flooded with water. Big brother, don't scold second sister. He would also often stay at the peak of the mountain at night and walk in circles alone. He could walk like that for an entire night, seemingly sleeping but not really sleeping. Anyway, as long as she felt sleepy, she would fall asleep and sleep soundly. When she opened her eyes early in the morning, she would often see him walking in circles over there. There were also times when he wasn't too serious. There was once when he passed by a waterside pavilion outside the county town. It was a gathering of scholars and poets. During a rainstorm, everyone was in the pavilion watching the rain as if they were watching a waterfall. Everyone was in high spirits. Then, with a whoosh, that person disappeared. She didn't know how he did it, but there was no rain near the waterside pavilion. The scholars in the pavilion were all dumbfounded. She hid in the water and held her belly as she watched. Every once in a while, by the stream, he would pat his wine gourd and take out a small and exquisite flying sword to shave his beard. He turned his head and smiled at her once. She couldn't smile at all. That was the flying sword of an immortal. He also once helped farmers plant rice in the fields. At that time, he took off his bamboo hat and bookcase and went to work in the fields. He seemed to be especially happy. At first, the villagers were afraid that this scholar was fooling around and would be more of a hindrance. They didn't expect that he would really get the hang of it. He was more familiar with it than they were. After he finished working, the villagers wanted to invite him to eat, but he left with a smile. It was just that these trivial matters weren't very impressive. It didn't make her feel satisfied at all. After following him for so long, she didn't make a name for herself. No one knew that she was a mute lake monster. He would only introduce her as Jew and nothing else after that. It was only this one time that she felt a little bit of admiration for him. On a large river, a ship that went against the current crashed into a small boat that couldn't dodge in time. Then, a man in white flew over on his sword and landed on the small boat. He stretched out one hand to support the ship and held a wine pot in the other. He raised his head and drank. Later, the two of them sat together on a tall building in the bustling capital of the mortal world. They looked down at the night scenery. The lights were brilliant, like the resplendent galaxy. He finally said something that sounded a little bookish. He said that there was a galaxy above his head and below his feet, and that there was silent beauty in the heavens and under the earth. She saw that he was drinking, so she urged him to say more. He then said that when the moonlight entered the tall building, it would come if it was annoying. If it was loving, it would also go. She felt a little sad. It was just a strange sadness that was the size of a grain of rice. Actually, it wasn't that she missed her hometown. She didn't miss it at all along the way. It was just that when she turned her head and looked at the side of that person's face, it seemed that he remembered some people he missed and sad things. Maybe. Who knew? She was just a big water monster that secretly watched people come and go year after year. She wasn't really human. Thinking about it, she also felt a little sad. That person turned his head. The mountain walking stick was placed across his knees. He hugged the wine pot, but reached out and gently rubbed her head. At that moment, she felt that he might really be called Chen Haoren. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.